From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is the award-winning BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. That award being just the best sports talk show heard on Westwood One Sports every Saturday from 11 to 4 Eastern. Not to brag. We're locking in for 5 hours of, at very least, mildly entertaining sports talk radio. You always want to set the bar low. You can stream the show or on YouTube or Twitch. Just search BetMGM tonight. And you can call or text to interact with the show, 310-840-4910. Go ahead and save that into your phone, 310-840-4910. Now, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you're probably thinking, man, Alex Gold looks so different this week. That's because that's not Alex Gold. His nose is currently being mangled by doctors on a surgical table somewhere, getting his sinuses fixed. So in for him is my guy, Cordell Woodland, at Cordell Woodland on Twitter and Instagram. Cordell, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. Appreciate you guys having me today. Should be a fun one.
Doing great. Now, Cordell, correct me if I'm wrong. You come to us via the way of Baltimore, Maryland, correct?
I do. I work at one of at the station out here, 105.7 The Fan. I serve as the Orioles and Ravens beat reporter. Also co-host my show with my co-host Ben Hall, The Fresh Take, as well on Thursday evening. So we talk a lot of football out here, obviously, with the Ravens, a ton of baseball right now with the Orioles. We talk a lot of basketball on my show, at least with the NBA playoffs and everything going on. So we're pretty well versed in everything. Maryland football as well. We're the flagship for Maryland football and Maryland basketball. So we cover a lot of bases out here.
How many are you a crab cakes guy?
You have to be. You almost have to be to be out here.
Yeah, right.
Now, I will say I wasn't always a crab cakes guy. I've always been a crabs guy. My aunts, every summer as a kid, we would always get crabs every weekend. Every weekend in the summer, we're getting crabs. So once I moved to Baltimore, I got introduced to real crab cakes, and there is a difference from the crab cakes that you get from some of the national chain restaurants to a real Baltimore crab cake. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, I always think it's like funny, like our guy Alex Gold, who's out this week. He's from Kansas City. I always think it's so funny when you go and get seafood in like a landlocked area like Kansas City. It's like, nah, I don't know if I trust it. I feel like I should only experience the finest seafood in places like Maryland and the East Coast and everything like that.
I mean, play it safe. Now, I have I've become kind of bougie with the food. I will admit, I've become kind of bougie.
Sure.
And I have to get, if I'm going crab cakes, it's probably a list of 5 places that I'm going to out here. I can't go anywhere.
Okay, well, when I get to Baltimore, I'm hitting you up for that list because
I got you.
Yeah, right. Okay, so Cordell Woodland in for us today. You said NBA, you're a big NBA guy. I think we got to start there today because of just where we're at in the NBA playoffs. And last night was, look, I don't know about you, but I feel like Madison Square Garden must be built on some sort of Indian burial ground with because the Knicks clearly sacrificed the Mets to put them over the hump and make them the best team in the East. Like, this team is a freaking machine. Like, just with the way, ever since they routed the Atlanta Hawks in the closeout game of the round 1, the Knicks look like they just cannot be beaten. It feels like, I don't know, Cordell, if you ever played NFL Blitz back in the day. But like, remember, like, whenever you would get a big lead on someone, the computer would always like kind of like step in and like all of a sudden you'd be throwing interceptions and fumbling the ball, right? Like that's the way the Knicks feel. Like, no matter how much you get up by, the computer would always even the score. And that's what the Knicks are doing. It doesn't matter how many you get up on the Knicks by, they are a machine. And the 76ers saw that firsthand last night because they jumped out to a huge lead, like a great start. Philadelphia was absolutely rocking. You had Timothy Chalamet and Fat Joe in attendance in Philly. Kind of, mum is the word because they're like, well, we're getting shell shocked right now. And then slowly but surely, the NFL Blitz computer stepped in, and the Knicks just started coming back and tinking away. And now the Knicks have a commanding 3-0 lead in that series. I mean, they're in the Western Conference Finals for the second, or I mean, the Eastern Conference Finals for the second straight year in a row, which is just wild to think about, especially after letting Tom Thibodeau go last year.
Yeah, I mean, look, anybody that's heard me enough knows I'm not a Knicks guy. I don't believe in the
Yeah.
Knicks. I despise Knicks mania. I'm anti all of it. But I will give them credit where credit's due. They are the better team. That's not a surprise here. I think the Knicks are in the midst of a little bit of that run that the Patriots had on their way to the Super Bowl. You talked about them taking it to the Hawks. It's a play-in team. The Hawks are overachieving this year. I like the Hawks' young group. Don't get me wrong. I think their future is bright. Their time isn't
Sure.
now. They're not equipped to beat a team like the Knicks that has the length, that has the defense, the athleticism, and now the experience that the Knicks have. Like you said, they're on their way to a second straight Eastern Conference Finals. Now you get here to the second round, and they're playing a Sixers team that I think that they already had their plane tickets booked, ready to go on vacation when they were down 3-1 to the Celtics. But the Celtics, they're one of the more mentally weak teams, I think, in professional sports. And they are talented. They have won. But I think when you go in the history of this version of the Celtics and you look at some of their shortcomings in the postseason, I always go to it just being a mental issue with that team. And the Sixers simply clawed and fought their way back, just refusing to die. And look, credit to them for finding a way to win that series. Here they are, outmatched. Like you said, first half last night, they're empty in the tank. I mean, you got Paul George scoring 15 points in the first quarter, doesn't score again the rest of the game. It's just a situation where the Sixers can put up a fight. They have talent. I love Tyrese Maxey. I credit Embiid for giving it a go, but they're just not good enough to hang with these guys. So now what you get is Knicks fans throwing a parade after every game that they win and dropping the confetti because they're amped about beating these mediocre teams. This is just the East right now. Maybe in the next round, they'll get a bigger fight. I think the Pistons match up well with them, but I don't really believe in the Pistons either. Unfortunately, it does look like it's setting up for a pathway for the Knicks to come out the East this year.
Yeah, it does feel like the competitiveness is not necessarily there in the East. Like it seems like we're on a crash course collision for the Pistons and the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. But I was like you, Cordell. Like I don't want to buy into the Knicks because, I mean, just ask any Knicks fan. When you buy into the Knicks, it only ends in hurt, right? Every single year. They are the New York Mets of the basketball world, where they'll make a lot of headlines. They'll make a lot of splash signings. They'll do all of the right things until it comes to the actual games played. Now, last year, it did seem like the Knicks of the late 90s were back. Like we were starting to, you're starting to see that twinkle in Spike Lee's eye yet again. And they made a deep run, obviously pushed the Pacers to 7 in the Eastern Conference Final and almost made it to the NBA Finals. But then they fire Tom Thibodeau, and you're like, well, the Knicks are Knicksing again. And then they go out and they have just a slightly better regular season year than last year. And you're just starting to think like, okay, well, I don't believe in this Knicks team. I don't believe that they are going to do any better than they did last year. I mean, how could they unless they go to the NBA Finals? So like I was expecting a first round exit, and the Hawks were playing great until they didn't. Then I come into this series and I'm like, well, maybe I was thinking it was going to be the Celtics in this round, but they just love shooting the three ball a little bit too much to their detriment. And now
Mhm.
they're sitting at home watching the 76ers in their spot. And I think you're right. Like, we kind of all knew the 76ers were not, they're not to the level that the Knicks are. But I also have to credit the Knicks. Like, they are playing on another level. Like, I didn't want to believe into them, but they're giving me no other chance but to believe in them. Like, I almost feel like I have to believe in this team, because even when they meet up with probably the Pistons in the Eastern Conference Final, even if it is the Cavs, if they meet up with the Pistons or Cavs in the Eastern Conference Final, I mean, I think they're the better team in that matchup as well. And so I think I don't want to, and I'm sure Knicks fans are probably screaming at their radios right now, like, don't say it, don't say it. But I think we have to pencil in, if not Sharpie, and the Knicks into the NBA Finals this year.
I mean, it is looking that way, and you're right. It is tough to put a lot of stock into the Cavs or the Pistons at this point. I mean, Detroit looked like they were flatlining for a while until they kind of tapped into their Undertaker stuff and just rose from the
Yeah,
dead.
right,
And
right.
and the Cavs, I mean, I just feel like it's the same old Cavs every year. Every year, they're a really
Mhm.
good regular season team. They can put up points in bunches at times, but especially once they got James Harden, it's just
Yeah,
tough to really put stock into the Cavs making a real run at this thing. I do like the matchup with Detroit. I think Detroit matches that physicality that the Knicks like to play with. Detroit will be able to match that with them. They have a bigger
sure.
guard in Cade Cunningham who has a similar style of play to Brunson, who plays bigger than his size. But I
Right.
think Cade can kind of make Brunson work on both ends of the floor. They found ways to get Brunson away from Maxey at times, because we know Maxey's going to attack guys, especially going downhill. I trust that Detroit, and especially if Tobias Harris can continue to play the way he has. I'm not accustomed to seeing Tobias Harris show up in the playoffs. He has this year for Detroit. So that's been a huge, huge boost for them. I think the thing that the Knicks have working for them, and I will give them credit for looking good last night without OG Anunoby, because without him, I did wonder, all right, he's been their best defender. He's been arguably their best player throughout this postseason. I mean, Brunson's still been there, and Brunson's been great, and Cat has had his moments at times. But OG has been just steady, man. He's done
Hmm.
everything that you need a basketball player to do. So I did wonder if they may take a step back without him the first half. It looked like that was the case, but they definitely did turn it around and get hot. And I think that's the thing with this Knicks team. They are showing that they can put teams away. And that is the one thing that I'm somewhat putting stock into, because that was an issue for them. Even if you go back to that Hawks series, they got in trouble by taking their foot off the gas and letting the Hawks come back in a couple of those games, and still games that the Knicks should have won. I think they've learned their lesson, even going back to last year against the Pacers. They blew a couple of games too. I think they're learning how to finish. And that's the one thing I think you can put stock into with this version of the Knicks.
The last thing I'll say on the Knicks before we quickly jump over to the Spurs and T-Wolves last night, with the Spurs getting the game 3 win and taking a 2-1 series lead in that series. I'm so, like, on a personal level, I find it hard to root for the Knicks, and not because they're not a likable bunch. Like, I love Jalen Brunson. Cat is great. Like, they've got literally they've got good players and everything. But the problem I have with the Knicks is I I'm not a big James Dolan fan, and I
Yeah.
don't love rewarding the way the Tom Thibodeau era ended. Like, Tom Thibodeau last year literally delivered the greatest year of Knicks basketball in a quarter of a century. And then he's shown the door, right? And look, he's far from the first person to be shown the door at Madison Square Garden, right? With the way James Dolan
Right.
owns and operates that building. But I don't love the fact, like, I was actually kind of hoping that they would do worse this year, just to kind of stick it to James Dolan, who is not a great owner by any means. And That is look. I admit it. That's a completely personal vendetta. It's not fair to the Knicks. It's not fair to this team. And I, but I find it hard in myself. Like this is a safe space, right? Like I can confess this. Like this is like
Oh,
almost
of
like our
course.
sports talk confessional. Like I just
Yes.
don't. I can't get past that, and it's hard for me to root for them to make it to the Eastern Conference Final, and then even furthermore, eventually the NBA Finals.
Nah, I'm right there with you on Dolan. And most Knicks fans feel the exact same way. I'm friends with
Right.
multiple Knicks fans. They aren't fans of Dolan. Good luck finding any play. I mean, go ask Charles Oakley about him. So
Right.
yeah, I mean, I definitely feel you on that. The Thibodeau of it all, I think, is weird because I think Tom Thibodeau was in a unique spot, and in this climate of sports where it seems like coaches, the term success has changed, and we're in this ring culture, especially in the NBA. This ring
Yes.
culture is killing the league in more ways than one, and it's taking away jobs. You could make the argument that Thibodeau, coming off such a great year and really a great couple of years as the Knicks progressively got better and better, didn't deserve to get fired. I think on the other side, sometimes, and I dealt with it here in Baltimore with the Ravens moving on from John Harbaugh after 18 years,
Right.
sometimes it's just time. And I think in the NBA, they just aren't giving as much of a leash as some of the other sports. And your time runs out way quicker than it used to be, regardless of if you make it all the way to game 7 in the conference finals. It just feels like it's either you win it all now within the span of 3 to 4 years, or you're out of here. And I don't agree with that climate, but I just feel like that's where we are.
He is Cordell Woodland at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. I am Austin Huff at Austin Huff on Instagram and Twitter. We're going to get to Spurs Timberwolves coming up after the break. And also, you know, they say a series never technically starts until a road team wins a game. Well, if that's the case, let's get to the two series that I guess technically haven't started yet, including some officiating talk next on BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
I mean, Rudy did everything.
Your weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
Wemby has become must-see TV lately in the playoffs. I tell you what, that sound comes credit of Amazon Prime for their prime coverage of the NBA playoffs this year. I want to first tell you that this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protect small business with affordable coverage options. Get your quote today at progressivecommercial.com. The Spurs, 115. Timberwolves 106. The Spurs take a 2-1 series lead. After dropping the first game at home, they steal one back in Minnesota last night. And Victor Wembanyama continues to do alien-like things. He scored a game-high 39 points with 15 rebounds. The guy is just, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but our government dropped some files about some UFO sightings and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Any NBA fan is like, so what? That's not news. Yeah, he plays for the Spurs. Okay, that's
Right.
like it's nothing new in our territory, and it feels as though the Spurs have kind of found their mojo after coming out sluggish in Game 1, and they were kind of one of those teams going into the playoffs that we had penciled in for the Western Conference Final. And nothing. I'm not going to take away. I'm not calling this series over yet because obviously we know how good the Timberwolves can be. But San Antonio comes out with their hair on fire, leading 18-3 to start, and I had a chance to go up even bigger. But kind of missed out on it. The Timberwolves didn't make their first field goal until 5:10 left in the first. And I understand that the NBA is a game of runs, but it feels like in these type of NBA atmospheres, especially when you're playing your first, second round game at home, like you really have to come out to a good start. And the Timberwolves just did not.
No, they didn't. And you expected them to come out a little sharper, especially being at home, understanding the opportunity that they had to go up 2-1 with Game 4 being in their house as well. I mean, you already stole Game 1, and Game 2 kind of had that feeling of, all right, we're good. We did our job. We took home court advantage. Yeah. We can kind of relax a little bit. And that's the wrong, and I mean, hopefully that's not what they did, but that is the wrong approach to take, especially against this caliber of a team. And I think for the Spurs, they got caught sleepwalking a little bit in Game 1. I do think there's an element of surprise that this Minnesota team has. They are talented. Nobody can take that away from them. But I think people maybe miscalculate how much of a chameleon they really are. I think this is a team that has shown, even if you go back last year, they can match up with anybody. A lot of people have talked about the Spurs being the only threat to the Thunder, and in theory, I agree with that. I do. But would I be shocked if by some miracle the T-Wolves make it out of this round, that they would find a way to push the Thunder and make them actually work a little harder than they'd like to win that series? I wouldn't be, because this Minnesota team has length, the athleticism, the star power in Anthony Edwards. And look, even guys like Randall can get hot. McDaniels can get hot. Like Gobert, we saw the difference he made in that Denver series with his defense against Jokic for most of the series. So, I mean, and I do think Finch is a better coach than he gets credit for. I think he has shown that as time has gone on as well. So, look, I think Minnesota is going to scratch and claw. They're going to make you work for it. But last night, it was just too much Wemby. And Wemby's 3 for 5 from three-point land last night. And the one play where they kind of hit that flare screen on Gobert, and Wemby catches it off the screen and just shoots it at the top of the three. I mean, there's nothing you can do with that. There's absolutely nothing you can do with that. Gobert, in his mind, is not programmed to go over those screens to chase Wemby down. If you go over, then he'll just drive to the basket. There's nobody that's going to stop him there. So he's just such a huge mismatch. I don't think Minnesota's just going to roll over, but I do think the Spurs have shown just how dominant they can be. And that was the Wemby game last night. Game 2 was kind of everybody else, and Wemby kind of just filled in the gap. So they're a dangerous team.
Yeah, you're right. And you kind of the cool thing about Victor Wembanyama is he feels like, obviously he's French, and he came into the NBA with a different mindset. It almost feels like it almost feels as though Victor Wembanyama has got a little bit of and this is not to, I a little bit of like the Mamba mentality in a sense, because he has, like, anytime he takes the court, it feels like he wants to win. And I keep bringing up the All-Star game this year, an All-Star game with a format that we all thought, I mean, we were laughing at it the weekend of NBA All-Star weekend. The USA versus the world. This is so dumb. But Victor Wembanyama didn't take it that way. And in fact, if anything, he elevated the play of the world. Now, they didn't end up winning in the All-Star game, but they were way more, that game was way more competitive than anything we've seen over the last half decade. And I credit him and his intensity because, I mean, Cordell, you play pickup hoops, I'm sure. Like, when one guy on the court is, ups his game, everyone else is like, oh, okay, well, we got to match that intensity. We got to match that level. And I feel like he's brought that to the Spurs. And I was so excited coming into this playoffs just to watch him in particular, because I wanted to see how he would elevate his game in the NBA playoffs when literally everyone is elevating their game. And in the NBA playoffs, like, it is the best players in the world playing at their absolute hardest night in and night out. And to see Wemby do that, like, and just his presence alone, obviously, like, he's got the frame of, if Randy Johnson and Slender Man had a kid, like, that is Victor Wembanyama. Like, he's just so tall and lanky. Oh, and he also has handles. Like, he's just an absolute nightmare. And it's been fun to watch. But you do bring up a great point. Like, it would not be a shock to see the Timberwolves hang around, because the Timberwolves over the last, 4 years, they've essentially become the house band for the Western Conference Finals. Like, that is where they go. That is where they end up at minimum. And they haven't been able to get over the hump. But this year, it seems like they've got a real test in this Spurs. And I think we certainly got ourselves a series with Game 2 coming up tomorrow night on NBC. But it has been good. And did you see last night also where Chris Finch was kind of getting into it with the officials, with Tony Brothers, had a little spat, and it was more Tony Brothers kind of getting into the grill of Chris Finch, if anything. Like, obviously Chris Finch shared some words with Tony Brothers, but Tony Brothers didn't take too kindly to it. And so you saw an official kind of going after a head coach in that situation, which was weird to see.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, it was crazy to see it the first time, and then you see Brothers going back at him the second time. And honestly, I don't know what was being said, and I know a lot of things get said to these officials throughout the course of a game, from the players and the coaches. So it's a lot of things I'm sure rolls off their backs, and it's going to be some things that don't. I give Tony credit for not teching him up and not making it but so personal. If you want to go back and say a couple of things to him, all right. But at least he didn't let it impact the game, because we see officials have no problem doing that. And that was the type of game. That was a pretty close game through and through. Those free throws could have made a huge difference. So I was glad that Tony, being a veteran referee the way that he is, it did seem like he got a little out of character, but he didn't allow it to really impact the game, which I was happy to see. And considering the talk from today's world about officials, especially from that Thunder and Lakers series, it was good to see Brothers kind of keep his cool. But I did want to touch on what you said about Wemby and kind of his mentality. I'm glad you brought it up, because I have kind of this ongoing bet with one of my best friends, and he probably has forgotten about it because I'm about to win it. But he was so against Wemby when he came to the NBA. His whole thing was, the bet was, I said Wemby's going to be a all NBA first teamer within the first 5 years of his career. He just couldn't buy it whatsoever. And for me, it went beyond his size. It's he's so skilled. He has mannerisms of a guard. You brought up his handles, his jumper is getting better and better, but the mentality. And I think unfairly or fairly, however you look at it, there's this stigma that people look at these foreign players as soft. They look at these guys when they come into the NBA, they think they're soft, they think they can't handle the physicality as if we're playing in the 90s. Nobody plays defense like that anymore in the league anyway. But that was a lot of the talk around Wemby, especially considering his frame. People thought that he wouldn't be able to handle a lot of the physicality and people would bully him off the low block. Wemby's mentality has been the complete opposite of that. He has kind of brought back that I don't want to be your friend on the court mentality that I think has escaped the game for a couple of years. And you brought up the All-Star game. Conveniently enough, Anthony Edwards at the All-Star game was talking about how Wemby was the one that kind of led the charge to getting everybody to take it more serious. So I love Wemby's mentality. And you're right, playing this time of year really gets to show, even if you don't want to go as far as Mamba mentality, just that mentality of that killer mentality and he showed it last night, that I'm not going to let my team lose mentality as long as I'm on the floor and I can control it.
Yeah, and he's only getting better too, right? Obviously, like he was something to watch last year as a rookie, but then you hear about like his offseason training and working with Akeem Olajuwon on upping his game, and like he went to Asia for a little bit, and he's just like completely transformed his game. He's gotten better with his handles. Like he's really put in the work to become one of the best, and you've really saw an improvement. I mean, obviously he's an MVP candidate this year. Like he's taken on the role that I think we all wanted to thrust upon him as like being one of the best players in the game just based on his size alone. And he's taken it and ran with it. And it's been really awesome to see. And if he continues this trajectory, he's only going to get better and better every single year. Like it's the longer he's in the league. And I think he really does respect the game enough to want to get better. And yeah, I'm really excited for the trajectory. It's almost like, as LeBron is waning off, LeBron comes into the league as, Jordan's missing All-Star game dunks with a Wizards jersey on, right? And, you're like, oh, man, but here comes this new kid, LeBron James, and we got 23 years out of him. Well, now, as he's on his way out the door, it seems like Victor Wembanyama might be the very next, player that we'll have to watch for the next decade plus, which I'm super excited about as an NBA fan. We will get to the second round or tonight's games with the Thunder and Lakers. Obviously, we got to talk about the officiating in that series, as that has been really a talk of that series. But then also Pistons and Cavs we'll get to a little bit later. But we want to know, what are the things that grind your gears, that really annoy you? For LeBron James, JJ Redick, and Chris Finch, it probably is NBA officials. But whatever it is for you, we're going to add it to the list. So what do you want to add to the list? Call or text 310-840-4910. We're going to add things to the list that really annoy us. Coming up next on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. weekend sports conversation rolls on with BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
That music can only mean one thing. It's time to add things to the list. Things that just annoy us, that grind our gears, that we do every single week at this time. My name's Austin Huff. You can find me on Instagram and Twitter at Austin Huff. Alongside me in for Alex Gold is Cordell Woodland. You can find him at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. And before we get to the list, I want to remind you that when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action. When you bet with boosted odds, activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Cordell, this is the time to really air our grievances, to really just vent. It's almost therapeutic in a way. I look forward to this segment every single week. Is there anything you personally would like to add to the list this week?
Yeah. So people that listen to me here in Baltimore know that one of my favorite things to do when I'm not on air or doing anything sports related, I'm a big time gamer. I play a lot of sports games. And so I'm big into like NBA 2K, Madden, and even though Madden has been so bad for like forever now, college football, MLB The Show, all those games, I'm on them very heavy. We are in this crazy time period where it's an explosion of cheaters online. Just a massive, absurd amount of cheaters right now, and what they're doing is they're buying these things called a Zen, I guess, for your controller. Is kind of like a computer, and what you do is you put in a script or a code, and essentially in the case of like an NBA 2K, what you do is the script or the Zen basically allows you to make every jump shot. It allows you to green all your jumpers, and it's the corniest thing I've ever seen in my life. And now, I play the show. I play Diamond Dynasty a lot. The show isn't the easiest game to play. Obviously, baseball isn't very easy. But in the case of the show, they have these Zens that you put the script in and it finds and locates your pitch. And these guys are going to smack that ball 500 feet every single time. It's bizarre. I don't know what this world has come to where cheaters feel so cool to come online and really derail these games that have problems of their own. But now we're dealing with cheaters. Like, are you that bad at the game that you can't? You're just perfectly fine with letting a computer play for you? It drives me crazy. I just have no love or respect for cheaters.
No, I think it's great. And, there needs to be more policing done online with them. Because it's been a minute since I've played online. But I remember guys literally finding every loophole in the book to try and beat you online. And it's just like, can we just play just like a straight up game? Can we just see who can win just without all of the added nonsense? Because It really kills it, It's like, look, if they crack down in PEDs in actual baseball, they should crack down on PEDs in online baseball. Agree.
It's no difference. At this rate, might as well put my guy Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame at this point, because these online guys, they're going to shatter his record with this allowing a computer to basically take over the controller for him. It's crazy.
Now, Barry Bonds famously not in a lot of baseball video games. What would you rather see? Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame or Barry Bonds back in video games?
Oh. Selfishly, I would love a Barry Bonds diamond card in MLB The Show. Selfishly, I would love to do that. Actually just put out some new like Ruby cards, some 99 overall cards. I think Miguel Cabrera is a part of that mold. A Barry Bonds card of that stature would be unfair. I would love to do that. Now, I'd love to see Barry Bonds get in the Hall of Fame too, and I have a totally big time argument for that as well. But selfishly, I would love to get Barry Bonds in MLB The Show.
Yeah. And what was the player, and I believe his MVP baseball 2005, when Barry Bonds was obviously not in the
Classic.
game, but they still had to fill his spot. Was it John Dowd, I believe was the player's name?
I
John
think that
Dowd.
was his
He
name.
had, yeah, yeah. He was, and like it was like a cheat code playing with John Dowd in that game.
Right.
Same thing with like Griffey and Major League Baseball presents King Griffey Jr.
Hmm.
Baseball on Super Nintendo. If you ever played with Griffey, it was like a cheat code, but it was a fun cheat code.
EA used to do that a lot because, like, Bill Belichick, I guess he wouldn't sign off to be a part of the game, so you'd always have like some random coach
Yes.
as the
Yeah.
Patriots.
Yeah.
It took a while for Joe. I think live NBA Live '04. I'm probably wrong on that, but I want to say live. Maybe it was '01 was the first year that Michael Jordan was in there. But before that,
Yes.
it just used
Yes.
to be just some random bald guy, number 23,
Right.
no name, no
Yeah.
nothing,
Yeah.
but you knew who it was.
Yeah. Right. It was like we all knew. We all knew. Like, come on. Like, it was kind of like back when before the Ed O'Bannon case with NCAA football. It's like
Yep,
we all know who these
yep,
players are.
yep.
You know, it's just like we don't have to. Let's call a spade. But that's a good addition to the list this week. Cordell Woodland, Ed Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. The thing I am adding to the list this week, and I can only add it because my Kansas City co-host is out this week. But I am adding the overreaction to Patrick Mahomes playing week 1. All right. Yeah, we all know he tore the alphabet soup in his knee, the ACL and the LCL. But when he returns, I'm already like FML. I feel like a Minority Report precog getting pre-annoyed with the reaction and attention we're going to get from Patrick Mahomes running out of the Arrowhead Tunnel in week 1. Let this be a warning to Chris Collinsworth's dry cleaners. He's going to be bringing in a pile of pants in early September. Now, here's a guy who stained the crotch of his pants. Like, I just don't get it. Patrick Mahomes is coming off his worst season as a pro, and we're going to glaze him just so hard. Like, Jesus walked on water, so what? Patrick Mahomes rehabilitated his knee during an entire offseason. Look, guys, he's a world-class athlete that has access to the greatest healthcare and physical therapy from one of the richest and most successful franchises. And he recovered in over 9 months. No way. What are you going to tell me next? His teammates is engaged to the most successful pop singer of our generation? Like, if you want to reap praise on a Kansas City quarterback who returned from a mutilated leg injury, why not show Alex Smith more love? That dude almost died, literally.
Yeah.
His leg was crushed like a Looney Tune, and as soon as he returned, we were like, well, that's all, folks. Adrian Peterson tore his ACL and MCL and came back the next season and nearly broke the rushing record. And that's what I'm asking. Maybe let's wait to see what Patrick Mahomes does on the year after his worst season as a pro on this reconstructed knees before we start handing him the Medal of Freedom. We finally had a season where we did not have to see the Muppet voice goober in the AFC Championship, and yet we're still going to find a way to give him more shine than the two quarterbacks who were in the AFC title game. Hell, we literally had 4 people just fly around the moon, and yet somehow Patrick Mahomes returning from a boo-boo will get more attention and awe. It's like a high school graduation. All I'm asking is, can we hold our applause until the end? So media members glazing Patrick Mahomes' return, you're preemptively added to the list.
That's a good one. That is a good one. A lot of chaos has come from the news of Mahomes looking like he'll be ready to go week 1. And I don't really think that's a surprise. Look, he's a competitor. He's built like Gumby. He just recovers quicker than it seems like other people. And I watched that quarterback show on Netflix and saw some of the workouts he does. I mean, he's different. I'm a Mahomes guy. I'm not necessarily big, doing what everybody else is doing is like going crazy and throwing a parade about Mahomes being ready for week 1. I'm more so kind of looking at how it will impact the AFC. I liked a lot of the things that the Chiefs did, especially them attacking their defensive line in the draft this year, kind of revamping that side of the ball in hopes that and understanding that this may be a year where the defense has to yet again lift up that offense like they did a couple of years ago. But yeah, I mean, a healthy Mahomes does change the landscape of the NFL, but I do think as we sit here in May, it's way too early to make those type of assumptions.
You talked earlier about the NBA, us being in ring culture. It seems like in sports media, we're in like hot take culture where it's like everyone always has to be the first to a take. But like, can we not? Like, can we literally just wait and see what he does? I agree. I think the Chiefs will be better this year. And I think Patrick Mahomes will return to form. But do we have to do it week one of him returning? Like, we all know he's coming back. It was just a matter of week one, week two. Like, he's coming back early in the season. I just don't think we need to, like, hype this guy up like he's, the second coming of Superman. Like, he didn't come from planet Krypton. He came from Texas, Tyler, Texas, I believe. So we don't, I don't know. I'm so over it already, and it hasn't even started yet. I'm just like, and the only reason I could get that out was because Alex Gold is out.
Well, wait till he's on the field. Wait until because I guess he's supposed to be ready for OTAs. As soon as they get footage of him stepping on the field for OTAs, man, the mania will really get underway at that time.
Yeah, no. He is Cordell Woodland, at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. I am Austin Huff, at Austin Huff on Instagram, Twitter. Coming up next, let's continue the quarterback talk with a quarterback who seemingly is going to sign. Or wait, maybe he won't. Big news coming out of Pittsburgh yesterday. We're going to hit on it coming up next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. That is Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner on the Westwood one call. Aaron Rodgers throwing a pick six to seal the wild card, to lose the wild card win, or seal the wild card win over the Steelers. That was Reggie Bullock on the pick. And look, guys, I think it's official. The Steelers have finally done it. The signing that we have all been waiting for was made official this morning. The Steelers got their guy finally. After months of waiting, they signed third-round pick Jennings Dunker. What a name. What a name, right? Oh, wait. Oh, you guys thought I was talking about the quarterback situation? Oh, yeah. No, we are far from resolved on that situation. It's just Jennings Dunker is who they got, which is, I think, all-pro, like first-team, all-pro, all-name team right there.
Yeah.
Jennings Dunker. As Cordell Woodland joins me in for Alex Gold this week, I'm Austin Huff, at Austin Huff on Instagram, Twitter. He is at Cordell Woodland. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette's Jerry Dulac and NFL Network's Ian Rappaport posted on X yesterday that Aaron Rodgers would be visiting the Steelers this week. And we're finally like, okay, this is the world's worst kept secret that is finally coming to fruition. Aaron Rodgers will be the Steelers guy this week. However, later, Steelers insider Mark Caboli, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, threw a big bucket of cold water on that reporting, writing, "From everything I can gather, there is no meeting scheduled or expected between Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. I've reached out to a couple inside the building, and nobody has seen him yet." And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero confirmed that report. And to then further collaborate that report, Steelers general manager Omar Khan admitted that he essentially has no idea where Aaron Rodgers is during an interview on Westwood One Sports' own You Better You Bet with Chris Mack. Here's what he said.
You guys have seemed to be very comfortable, you, the organization as a whole, Omar, with letting this process play itself out and letting Aaron have his space. What goes into you guys being that comfortable that when it's all said and done, there's a trust that if Aaron ends up anywhere, it will be back in Pittsburgh this fall?
Yeah, I think from the trust standpoint, I think, just based on the conversations that we've all had, I think this, like I mentioned, this was positive with us and him last year. And it's, I think he would tell you that it was positive for him too. We got to know him last year, and it was cool. And Aaron's an extremely intelligent person, and I've said this before. Pound for pound, one of the toughest people I've ever met, and it was good. And from the rest of your question, I'll just say, right now the opportunity to focus on some of these young guys out here, and it's what we do. Some of these young guys need developed, and new coaching staff, and a lot going on, a lot of new faces, and there's a lot of situations where people just don't know each other, and this is a great opportunity for us to get to know them, and them to get to know who we are.
Quote, "I don't know where specifically Aaron is," Khan said there. That is, again, courtesy of Westwood One Sports, You Better You Bet with Chris Mack, with Steelers general manager Omar Khan. It feels like we're just delaying the inevitable, right? Like, it just feels like Aaron Rodgers is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. We're just kind of sitting on our hands right now, right?
Yeah, that's what I would assume. But at the end of the day, you don't know what Rodgers is going to do. He moves at the beat of his own drum. He can be very unpredictable, and he takes pride in that. He takes pride in, zigging when people think he's going to zag. And he has flirted. I think, honestly, Rodgers loves being in this spot where he's got the world waiting on him. And he gets to have all the attention, even though he'll say he doesn't want it. He does. He gets to have this team essentially at his mercy for the second straight offseason, because it happened last year too. And they sold out and basically held on the luck that he would come there, and he did. They're doing it all over again. A lot of people have said, why is Pittsburgh willing to break their backs for Aaron Rodgers the way that they have been? The reality is they have no choice. And that's an indictment on them as an organization, because realistically, if they don't go Rodgers, I mean, they've been talking up Will Howard, how much they trust Will Howard. We'll see. But I mean, everybody could essentially call their bluff. And I just think right now they have backed themselves into a corner to where plan B, if it is Will Howard or Mason Rudolph or any of these guys, realistically, they're not going anywhere with or without Rodgers. With Rodgers, they're a fringe playoff team. They won the division last year. The Steelers always find a way. Now, granted, that was with Mike Tomlin. It's a lot of new out there now. I don't know if they'll be able to raise their floor with McCarthy the way that they did with Tomlin year after year after year. So that's a question in itself. I do think it'll end with Aaron Rodgers going back to Pittsburgh after just, having wasted everybody's time talking about this and all the back and forth. I do think he will be back there. I like some of the moves Pittsburgh made this offseason. I think they made some of those moves, like going to get a guy like Michael Pittman from the Colts for almost nothing. Adding Rico Dowdle to that backfield. I think they did things with the idea that they would have Rodgers in their backfield. Again, how much does it really change the landscape of their season? Probably not much, but it does seem like at some point Rodgers is going to end up being a Pittsburgh Steeler, or he'll retire. I don't see him playing anywhere else.
Yeah, you made a great point. Like I actually love where the Steelers roster is at just about every position except for the quarterback position, which is the most important position. Obviously, there's still a giant question mark there. And if it is Aaron Rodgers or if it isn't Aaron Rodgers, I feel like it's a short-term solution for a long-term problem. To me, the Pittsburgh Steelers roster right now, they've built it up to be a really nice yacht, but it's got a hole in it, and a gaping hole at that. And Aaron Rodgers is merely duct tape that they're going to slap over top of that hole. Now, that duct tape is not going to hold for very long. It'll get you through probably a season. You're not going to have Aaron Rodgers for probably more than one season. But after that, you've really got to find some flex seal. And you've got to get something that's more consistent and stable. Now, I do like the fact that they have kind of built everything around the quarterback position, because if and when you do find the quarterback of the future in Pittsburgh, he's going to be coming into a good situation, and that's always a lot easier to do than, say, what a Fernando Mendoza is doing with the Raiders this year, right? Like it's, there's so many holes there. It could just be plug and play. Now, will Aaron Rodgers be better than half of the quarterbacks in the league this year? Probably. Yeah. So like if I'm a Steelers fan, I'm kind of holding out hope that, you can squeeze all of the juice out of that lemon, and hoping he's not an actual lemon, because I do think he can potentially, make this team a playoff team. Now, we talked about it last week. The Pittsburgh Steelers, look, Steelers fans, if you're looking for a 13-win season, it's not happening. If you're looking for a 6-win season, it's not happening. The Steelers live between 7 and 10 wins. They always have, and they always will, even with Mike McCarthy at the helm, because Mike McCarthy is a 10-win a season guy. Like that is his forte. And if you pair him back up with Aaron Rodgers, like I like the move, but it's just a one-year solution to what will be a problem this time next year. But correct me if I'm wrong, Cordell. Tell me if you feel the same way with this Aaron Rodgers situation that we've got going on. We know more about Aaron Rodgers' wife than we do his future. And we know nothing about Aaron Rodgers' wife. This gives all of the shades of like 2008, 2009, the summer of Brett Favre. Remember when we used to set Ed Warder outside of the Mississippi Ranch? I remember one year ESPN had helicopters in the sky following cars driving down the old Mississippi back roads. to Brett Favre's place, and people were thinking, is that the Vikings? Is that the Jets? Is Favre coming back? Is he retired? Is he going to come back out of retirement? And all summer long, it was just the most the craziest coverage of Brett Favre. It does feel like we're getting a sense of that here with Aaron Rodgers. Like, I'm almost thinking we got to dust off Ed Warder. We got to put him outside Aaron Rodgers' house, get some helicopters in the sky, and let's track this and figure out where we're going. Because if, like you said, if there's one thing Aaron Rodgers loves, it's media attention. And if he wants it, let's give it to him just so we can end this entire saga.
My fear would be that he'd love it so much that he'd prolong the decision. we would we would just add an extra week onto his decision at that point, because now all he's got, he'll get a kick out of just watching his own reality TV show and watching the cameras outside his house doing nothing, watching the sprinklers go off, because that's essentially all you're going to get from him right now until he goes on the McAfee show or something and then breaks the news. That'll probably be how this all ends, in all honesty. Him picking up the phone, getting on FaceTime with his buddies, and just telling the world whatever it is he wants to tell them, probably before he even talks to the Steelers. That's how he operates. So I'm prepared for anything with this, to be honest with you. I think, for me, if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would think last offseason should have been an eye-opening situation for them, to where you're bending over backwards for this guy. And look, Aaron Rodgers is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Individually, he's one of the most talented quarterbacks this league has ever seen. There's no debate about that. But in terms of success and the league team success, Aaron Rodgers doesn't guarantee you anything. He getting Aaron Rodgers, and it's not just the fact that he's on his last limb. We could have said this 8 years ago. Aaron Rodgers on your team does not guarantee you even a conference championship appearance. So I think it does show where a proud, prestigious organization like the Pittsburgh Steelers, how far they have fallen, to where now they're at the mercy of a quarterback who really has nowhere else to go but either home or Pittsburgh. But they need him probably more than he needs them right now. And now they're in a spot to where they kind of have to get out of character just to fill the position.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like it's funny. Yeah, you make a great point. Like, it feels like this should have been taken care of last year, because like where the Steelers are at right now is exactly where the Steelers were at last offseason.
Exactly.
Now, granted, they have enhanced their roster. Like, their roster is better now than it was last summer, but they did know there was a huge question mark at the quarterback position. You bring in Aaron Rodgers for a year. That experiment kind of went exactly how I think we expected that experiment to go, but you came into this offseason knowing the same thing. It was going to be a question mark at the quarterback position, and I'm surprised that they weren't more proactive. It was like they sat on their hands in terms of that position alone. Everything else they took care of. I love Rico Dowdle. I love Michael Pittman Jr. on this roster. Pair him with DK Metcalf, and the Steelers have got a really good offensive situation for any quarterback to jump into. But that's the problem. Like, they didn't go out and get a quarterback. It felt like they went to the DMV. They had all their paperwork in hand, right? They had their pay stubs. They had their applications. They had everything that you need, all of the paperwork that you need to get a new license at the DMV. But they forgot the car, right? Like, the most important thing.
Right.
Like, how are you going to go through all of this and then forget the most important thing, which is the quarterback position? I'm curious to see what they do. And even if, like, you know what? Look, we're in the team content business, right? Like, we don't root for teams. We root for content. I think the better content here would be Aaron Rodgers being like, no, you know what? I'm going to enjoy retirement with my fake wife, who you haven't heard of. She goes to a different school, and I am going to just enjoy my time off. And Steelers, your SOL. And then the Steelers are forced to go with either Mason Rudolph or Will Howard. And I think that would be more fun to watch than even Aaron Rodgers coming back. So honestly, the Steelers are just in a weird situation, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I mean that's where we are now with the quarterback position. You either have one or you don't. And you brought up their options if Aaron doesn't come back. Maybe that could be a blessing in disguise. Like you said, this is a team that lives between 7 to 10 wins every single year. They haven't been bad enough to really go out there and draft a quarterback of the future, a legit one at least. And look, depending on how you feel about next year's draft class, if you believe in some of those guys that could be at the top, maybe this is the year to maybe trot out a Will Howard. And look, their roster isn't terrible, so they'll still be able to scrape out some wins. I still have some questions about that aging defense that kind of teetered off as the year went on last year. And again, how much does Mike Tomlin leave and take away a little bit of that defensive identity that they've played with over the decades and decades of Pittsburgh Steelers football? So it's still a lot of questions there. But I do think that this team, and I don't never tell teams to go out there and lose and tank. I'm not saying that, especially in football, but it may not be a bad thing if this is kind of a blip year for the Pittsburgh Steelers and they do set themselves up for an opportunity to maybe finally go get that quarterback of the future that they haven't had since Big Ben retired.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Look, I do think the Steelers, with all of the question marks that lie overhead, at least they got Jennings Dunker to sign. Oh,
that's the big one.
Such a great name. Yeah, Jennings Dunker, shout out to him. 3rd round pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers has officially signed. Coming up next, let's talk hoops with a guy who covers the Oklahoma City Thunder for the Oklahoman, Justin Martinez. I want to know what an Oklahoman thinks about the refereeing situation that the Lakers brought up at the end of Game 2. We're going to do that next, coming up here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports.
The Thunder hold serve. Oklahoma City now up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series.
Breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Thank you, big voice guy, but I wouldn't say they're the smartest angles. They're good enough, I guess. My name's Austin Huff, at Austin Huff on Instagram and Twitter. Joined with me is Cordell Woodland in for Alex Gold. We're going to talk some Thunder Lakers here in just a second with Justin Martinez, who covers the Thunder for the Oklahoman. But I do want to remind you that when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and nobody knows that better than Oklahoma City. And the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your odds boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. As we said, at Justin2Hoops on Twitter and X, Justin Martinez joins us now, coming to us from Los Angeles, ahead of Game 3 tonight. Now, Justin, I feel like the story out of Game 2, based off of the scrum at midcourt at the end of the game, as well as the comments made by J.J. Redick in the post-game, was the officiating. You, as a guy who covers the Thunder, what did you make of J.J. Redick's comments, especially the one about LeBron having the worst whistle of any star player that he's ever seen?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a physical game. There's no denying that. It was that on both ends of the floor. I think it was 47 total fouls were called. There's a lot of stoppages to see if fouls should be upgraded to like flagrant. So I mean, it was physical on both ends. I think LeBron, that's kind of been a thing throughout his career where you tend to see that with guys who are as big and as strong as he is, that, you know, someone who's able to absorb contact so well that maybe people just kind of, or referees, don't really assume that he is getting fouled. They kind of tend to be a little bit lighter with the whistle, when in reality, yeah, I mean, he's getting fouled, especially this series. I think he really has placed an even bigger emphasis than he did regular season wise, in terms of getting downhill, being aggressive. So could there have been more fouls called for him? Without a doubt. Could there have been more fouls called for OKC as well? Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, like, we're talking about an 18-point game. You know, the officiating isn't what led to the result of that game, even though there's obviously going to be frustrations there.
Justin, I mean, you look at this series with the Lakers, and the Lakers are obviously fighting an uphill battle going up against, in my opinion, the best team in basketball right now, and they don't have their best player in Luka Doncic. It's just tough to really envision a path for the Lakers being really anything close to competitive as this series goes on. And I think the case in point with that is you watch Game 2, and especially to start that second half, and SGA's in some foul trouble. He goes to the bench. The Thunder go on their best run of the night to essentially separate themselves from the Lakers. It just feels so deflating when their best player is on the bench and there's still nothing you can do about it. As a guy that covers this team, how is it watching these guys on a nightly basis? Because their point differential is through the roof. Their spreads are double digits before the games even start. Do you feel like the Lakers can actually push this team, even if it is just on a game-by-game basis? Do they have enough to really challenge this Thunder team to extend this series?
Yeah, I mean, depth was going to be OKC's biggest strength entering this series. It's obviously, you know, an even bigger thing now with Luka Doncic out. This is just a Thunder team that has more options, has more versatility that it can kind of roll out with just various lineup combinations. So, yeah, it's an uphill battle for LA without a doubt. I think to its credit, like JJ Redick, I think has done a great job this season of like maximizing the talent that he does have, especially on the defensive end. I feel like he's getting the most out of a group that doesn't really have like a ton of standout defenders. So I think they've done a good job there. But yeah, it's going to be tough. Like, they're going to have to hope for a game where LA catches fire from deep, and OKC being a streaky 3-point shooting team, that is one of its the knocks on its game. Like, they're going to have to hope that they go cold. LA is going to have to take better control of the basketball. which is something that, has been a problem when facing OKC. It's so good at creating turnovers. They're going to have to control the pace of play because LA is a bit of a slower team, whereas OKC likes to, create turnovers, get out in transition, score that way. So it's just a lot of things that has to go right. It was going to be a tough battle with Luka Doncic playing. It's an even tougher battle without him playing. So maybe playing at home, back against the wall, maybe that will be able to spark something and they can get this, get one game here. But it's going to be tough for them to really extend this series.
We came into the playoffs with the Thunder sharpied into the Western Conference Finals and penciled into the NBA Finals for a second straight year. Now being up 2-0 in the second round, is there anything about the Lakers that worries you? Is there any advantage that the Lakers have over the Thunder at all?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, OKC, I think is the better team on both ends of the floor. Offensively, I think you could make the case for LA if Luka Doncic was playing, obviously being as good as it gets in that department, scoring wise. But yeah, I mean, outside of that, they would have to really enforce their play style, which would be slowing the game down, kind of mucking it up. That's kind of just the best bet when going up against OKC. So if they can do that, if they can establish that, then that would definitely be an advantage for them. But it just starts with taking control of the ball. And that's just something they have not been able to do very successfully against OKC. They're averaging 19 and a half turnovers through these first two games, which has been converted into an average of 15 points. Those are just things that you can't do. So yeah, unless they're able to change that, I just really don't see too many standout advantages for the team or things that it can really do, avenues to, to win these games.
Justin, I might be stirring up a little bit of chaos right now, but I said, when you look at this matchup, it's really nothing there. I think it's cut and dry. The Thunder are head and shoulders better than this team. But I can't help myself but look at this Thunder team and I see them go 9-10 deep even at times. And I mentioned how good they were with SGA on the bench in game 2. Well, you look and they're dominating right now without Jalen Williams as well. And you see all these other guys start stepping up. Is there a world where because we know the Thunder are rich with draft picks, they've been able to acquire so much talent to where it's an overflow. A guy like Aaron Wiggins, who was a part of that run last year, barely sees the floor for them anymore. Is there a scenario where a guy like Jalen Williams is expendable maybe in the offseason because of the depth that they have been able to show without him? And he's a really good player who's got a lot of great value. It's not like they're not going to get anything good in return. Again, I'm stirring up trouble, but does that creep into your mind at all when you see them have success without him?
I really don't think it does. I think obviously Dub has had a lot of injuries this season. Started off the year with that wrist injury, had a nagging right hamstring injury, opposite side of what he's got right now. So hamstrings in general, both sides. He's been dealing with injuries, but I just kind of go back to seeing what he did in the playoffs last year. OKC doesn't win a championship without Jalen Williams. You could focus on the fact that, OKC started this season 24-1, mostly while he was out. His shooting splits are down large part because of that wrist injury, which is on his shooting wrist. But when you look at when he's out there on the floor, and even before he got hurt against Phoenix, 2 games in, I mean, he was playing incredible basketball. He's one of their most versatile defenders. He provides some really valuable shot creation to take pressure off of Shea. His playmaking, I think, kind of goes under the radar. His help on the boards, his ability to size up defensively. There's just so much value to a guy like that who is also young as well. He's still, I believe, 24 years old. So, yeah, this is someone who I think they're locked in with that big three of Shea, Chet, and J-Dub. The last 2 guys there, their contracts are kicking in next year. So I really do feel like they're locked into that big three. And what we're going to see moving forward is some of these other guys, the Isaiah Hardensteins, the Lou Dorts, maybe they can come back on smaller contracts. But for the most part, you're going to cycle out those rotational players for guys like AJ Mitchell, for example, who's on an incredible contract, making $3 million a year for the next few seasons. Those are sort of the low contracts, high production guys that they're going to kind of surround with this team in order to stay budget friendly while still paying and retaining that big three. So I think that's the strategy moving forward. J-Dub is someone who, once he gets healthy, you can see what he does on the floor and how important he is.
The series shifts back to Los Angeles tonight at 8:30 Eastern on ABC. And that paired with the midcourt scrum and JJ Redick's comments, which, traditionally in the NBA, when a coach is vocal about the refs, it seems more of like a chess move to try and get maybe some calls to shift favorably towards their direction. Do you expect the officiating to change at all in this series? Like, do you expect maybe the Lakers to get more calls, not just because of what they said, but also with the series shifting back to home?
Yeah, it definitely could. But I mean, it's obviously a big talking point right now. There's a lot of frustration. But when you look at through the first two games combined, I mean, OKC is averaging 2 more free throw attempts total through the first two games. Like it really has been pretty even in terms of that. Obviously, if you're looking at it from the Lakers perspective, you're going to be focused on the free throws that you should have gotten. You can say the same thing for OKC fans. Like I said, it's a physical game on both ends. So I really don't think it's as big of a difference or as big of a difference maker as people are making it to be. At the end of the day, for all the reasons we talked about, OKC has just shown that it's the better team. And, I really don't feel like a huge swing in the free throw disparity or fouls just being called in general would really change that because it has actually been pretty even so far, just purely based off the numbers. So, yeah, it might lead to a few more. It is definitely, like you mentioned, a strategic thing. We've seen that with like Chris Finch has done that, calling out OKC multiple times. So it does definitely a strategic thing, but I really don't see making too much of a difference.
Kind of sticking to that, he brought up the fouls. The big talking point with everybody on the internet with OKC is all the flop, and everybody talks about they're just the league leaders in flops right now. And look, I think it's kind of overblown. Like, these guys are beating teams by 20 plus on a nightly basis. It's not all coming from the free throw line. But from somebody that gets to see these guys on a regular basis, do you think there is a merit to them building up this reputation as being like the floppers of the league?
Yeah, and like, to be honest, because OKC guys sell contact. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander knows what he's doing when he gets into the lane. He knows how to draw contact. He knows, what the officials are looking for. It's part of what makes him so effective, but that's part of what makes so many great scorers effective. You could say the same about Luka Doncic, as someone who knows how to sell contact. Even like looking at this series so far, like Austin Reeves, there were so many instances where he's kicking out his leg on a jump shot, trying to draw contact. Like, it's just part of the game. I really have no problem with any of these players doing it. I really don't feel like it's led to, like you mentioned, a difference in like the free throw disparity or anything like that. So yeah, I do feel like it definitely is a conversation. It's a bit worn out. It's a conversation that, especially some people on social media, just gets really too toxic for me. And like I said, everyone's doing it. It's part of the game during this era of basketball. OKC does it, LA does it. So yeah, it's definitely something that, I don't even really mention too much like in my writing, because yeah, it'd be wrong just to single out one person when it's pretty much the whole league doing it,
He is Justin Martinez at Justin2Hoops on Twitter. Give him a follow. He covers the Oklahoma City Thunder for the Oklahoman. Justin, enjoy your time in Los Angeles. Get some street tacos while you're out there, and thank you so much for taking the time to join us today, man. We really do appreciate it.
I appreciate you guys, man. This is fun. Thanks so much. Later.
There's no stopping the Thunder. It is they're just so good. It is like, we could just go ahead and just call this series as it is right now. Even if Luka came back for game 3, which he's not. In fact, he's probably not coming back at all this series, as we originally had hoped. Let's put a fork in it. Yeah. Coming up next, though, wait, do you hear that? No, you don't hear it, because the Sounds of the Week are coming up next, and we've got a good one this week. The return of a Sounds of the Week Hall of Famer. Mr. Skip Bayless joined First Take this week. We're going to get to him. Coming up next with the Sounds of the Week right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. The action starts here. Westwood One Sports. breaking down the biggest games and the smartest angles. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. I am Austin Huff at Austin Huff on Instagram and Twitter. Joined in the seat for Alex Gold, who is out getting sinus surgery this week, is our guy Cordell Woodland at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. Give him a follow. We did get a comment. You can stream this show on YouTube or Twitch. Just search BetMGM Tonight is the channel that we are housed on. Comment on YouTube from Daily Row. LaFlop invented flopping. Reeves basically had relations with SGA and somehow flopped into drawing a flagrant. As that goes back to our discussion last segment with Justin Martinez, who covers the Thunder for the Oklahoman, talking all about, look, officiating has become the story of that series when really the only story left to be told in that series is the Thunder. They are just dominating from top to bottom. And we were kind of talking about it during the break there. Even if the officiating, let's say the officiating is off balance, it doesn't matter. The Thunder are winning this series one way or the other. They're just too talented. They're too deep. And, Lakers, even if they were at full strength, probably wouldn't have the firepower to go through it. But another team that did get bounced in the NBA playoffs earlier, the Boston Celtics, they got that early exit from the Philadelphia 76ers in round one. And since then, Jaylen Brown has been very active on his Twitch stream. And he continued by talking about his absolute love for Beantown.
I got fined $50K, but first things first, a lot of stuff swirling around the Celtics and the organization. Hate that our president of basketball operations even had to respond to this. Me and Brad have a great relationship. I love Boston. If it was up to me, I could play in Boston for the next 10 years. I'll say it again. I hate that I hate that Brad even had to respond to this. Like I said, me and Brad had a great relationship, and I can play in Boston for the next 10 years. I love Boston. So with that being said, moving on, I say this and I stand on this again, and y'all can click this up. This was my favorite season of my career. Like, I will say it even louder. Like, this, I stand on it. I triple down, quadruple down, whatever y'all want me to say, chat. You know what I mean? And I'm coming on here to give context and talk about certain things, but I'm really not here to clear up no backlash or to, I'm really here to add context, because a lot of people in the media and or social media don't always kind of select to use their brain.
Jaylen Brown may have been broadcasting on his Twitch stream, as you heard the Twitch sound effects during that bite there. But this was really for one specific audience, and that was the Boston Celtics. That was him basically saying, oh, hey, maybe this whole Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown thing isn't working out. But I'm here to tell you that when my sidekick, Jason Tatum, was out for most of the year, that this, with the first round exit, was my most favorite year of all. That was that was just purely a message of being like, hey, I'm ready to take this team as my own, so let me do it. That's what I took away from that.
How can you not? I mean, what positives happened this year for the Boston Celtics as a team? They had a pretty good regular season, but we're talking about the Boston Celtics. It's not just about what you do in the regular season out there for them. We're talking about a team that was, the second seed in the East, and I think the betting favorite to come out of the East. For at least people like me watching the Celtics all year, I thought the Celtics were the best team in the league. It was tough for me to really put a ton of stock into Detroit, because we know in the NBA, it takes some time before you get to the top. You can have a great regular season. You can go get that number one seed, but winning in the postseason and actually going from round to round, it takes time. You got to earn your stripes as a young team. I thought Boston would be able to run through this weak Eastern Conference. They didn't. Jaylen Brown, if he wanted to say individually that this was his favorite season, I could buy that. He had an MVP-esque year. He was the guy from pretty much all season until Tatum came back, and now it's Tatum trying to readjust to what's already happening around him. But it does sound incredibly kind of selfish to me when you hear him say it was his favorite season, considering Jason Tatum is missing pretty much the entire year. He misses Game 7 in the first round of the playoffs, which you end up losing to a Philadelphia 76ers team that literally nobody believes in. You get sent home by them, and this is your favorite season over the year that you won Finals MVP, that you won an NBA Finals. It screams to me that this was your favorite season because you were by yourself and you were the guy. And granted, the role players had great years too. It was a really good year for the Celtics during the regular season, but he talks about people not using their brains. I'm just piecing together the context clues and piecing together what all happened this year compared to years past. How can people not think that this is in some way, shape, or form an indictment against Jason Tatum and his want and Jaylen Brown's want to be his teammate anymore? And look, it's natural. These guys want to be the guys. I get it. But it's going to raise eyebrows when you say this is your favorite year, and this is arguably one of the more disappointing years in recent memory for the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, we may not get a reunion from that Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown duo in Boston, but we did get a reunion of two of the greats in sports media, Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith, reunited for a little bit on First Take. And Skip Bayless, of course, had to go full on Skip Bayless.
The 8 players above LeBron James on my list are all, what's that?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay. The 8 above, starting with Jordan, are all cold-blooded basketball killers that I would trust with games for my life. And LeBron James, to me, has proven over many, many years to be the most mentally fragile superstar I have ever closely observed. I mean, the poor man, as gifted as he is, he was born without a clutch gene. So he's lucky to be in the top 10 because he's a liability and always has been at the late game free throw line. You could just look it up. He is, by superstar standards, a poor free throw shooter in his career at 74%, and he's a poorer three-point shooter at 35% for his career. And you want to talk about launching LeBricks? He's launched a lot of LeBricks in his day. And the point is, Stephen A., he's had so many epic fails. And I'm going to go through them for you in just a minute and let you try to tell me I'm wrong about them. But these are monumental collapses that his billions of blind witnesses out there scrub from his resume and sweep under their carpets, their magic carpets. I give you Longevity King or Longevity Goat because he is the most durable player in the history of sports. And that's not even close. But he's 4-6 in the NBA Finals. Obviously, Jordan 6-0 with 6 MVPs.
Wow. You know, LeBron James could find the cure for cancer, and Skip would be like, he's not even the greatest to cure cancer.
It's wild, man. I mean, he worked so hard to find the holes with LeBron, and there are holes. LeBron's not perfect, but he talks about him being 4-6 in the NBA Finals. He's been to 10, 8 straight. Or what? I think it was 8 straight at one point.
Yeah.
He talks about the lack of clutch gene. He's made clutch shots. He came back from 3-1 against the Warriors. I don't know, man. There are plenty of positives that you can take from LeBron's career, and if you work as hard as Skip, you can find the negatives, no doubt.
It's just, look, Skip Bayless and LeBron James, two guys who I've not missed a beat in getting old in their old age. Coming up next, we're going to get into some NFL talk. There's a lot of quarterback news, especially coming out of Houston, Texas. with CJ Stroud. We're going to talk about that coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
chasing his rookie success for the last 2 years. He's not been the same player. We've not seen the development from him. There's a reason for that, and it has to be addressed. 7 turnovers in the 2 playoff games. So your most important games of the year, you just can't overcome that kind of quarterback play.
First down at the New England 49. Play action. Stroud is picked again by Carlton Davis.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
If you know a Texans fan, they are probably curled up in the fetal position in the corner of whatever room they are in right now after hearing Troy Aikman and Joe Buck there on the call. That sound comes courtesy of ESPN. CJ Stroud didn't win over a lot of fans and fanfare, especially in the divisional round of the playoffs this year. I think we would all agree that his play was essentially carried by what is a generational defense that they've got in Houston. And yet for some reason, the Texans owner, Cal McNair, has affirmed that the franchise is, quote, fully committed to C.J. Stroud. They exercised his $25.9 million fifth-year option for 2027 following the year that he had. And, contract extension talks remain behind the scenes. But, look, I'm okay with them picking up the option and getting one more year out of C.J. Stroud because I don't know if you fully know what he is yet. If he is more of like what we saw from his rookie year where he just set the world on fire, or if he is more of what we saw last year, which was not that. Cordell, I got to ask you, like, where do you come out on the CJ Stroud experiment? He posted online earlier this week some photos of him working out and looks like a whole new guy, right? Like there's nothing that we eat up in the media than photos of players working out in the offseason because we're like, man, we should expect a big year out of CJ Stroud next year because he's wearing a ball cap backwards in the weight room doing curls. Where do you come out? Do you think CJ Stroud is more of the player that we saw his rookie year, or if he's more of what we saw in the divisional round of the playoffs?
It's weird because I've always been up and down with CJ. I go back to his college years, and I never could really put my finger on how good is CJ Stroud. And I think that last year, especially that playoff run for him, I think bought him more stock, at least with me, to what his ceiling really looked like. And then he comes in his rookie year and he's lighting the world on fire, so I don't think necessarily that CJ is the rookie year CJ that we saw. I also don't think he's as bad as we've seen him look as recent as this year. I think there are a lot of factors that go into this. I think his receivers' inability to consistently stay healthy has obviously hampered him a lot. I think his inconsistent offensive line, that combined with the Texans front office kind of punting on the offensive line position for the last couple of years. I mean, they traded Laramie Tunsil a year ago. Like that, how often do you see teams trade their best offensive lineman, and in this case, their left tackle, who's protecting the blind side of their franchise quarterback? How often do we see these guys get traded in the offseason? Very rarely does that happen. Naturally, you're going to take a dip from that. So I recognize those things. I also think maybe they pulled the trigger on firing Bobby Slowick probably a little too soon. He was the OC that was there during his rookie year. Second year wasn't as explosive. They move on from him. This past year, that Texans offense was unrecognizable in more ways than one. It went beyond just CJ. But what I will lay at CJ's feet is, dude, they just needed you to be serviceable in the playoffs. Just serviceable. He couldn't even do that. He couldn't even hit the layups. He's taking bad sacks. He's throwing bad picks. All he really had to do was protect the ball a lot of times with that defense. And they've got one of the best kickers in football in Kayami Fairbairn. So, and they actually had a solid run game this year too. I just think CJ took a massive step back. I think his issues are more mental than physical. I think he can still play the position. And if you're the Texans, you pretty much have no choice but to commit to CJ. What are your options? I mean, it's not easy to go back out here and just find another one. I think the Texans are kind of in the same spot that the Jaguars were in with Trevor Lawrence a couple of years ago. And credit to Trevor Lawrence, he really woke up this year, and mainly in the second half of the season. He turned it on in a big way. But before that, it was like, this dude's a waste of money. I'm not ready to say he's going to be the Tua waste of money, but I think the best case for CJ is to kind of revamp himself and kind of go along that Trevor Lawrence route. And look, they went and got a head coach who's an offensive mind, and that clearly boosted Trevor Lawrence in that offense. I'm not suggesting at all that the Texans go get a new head coach, but I do think they need to make a reinvestment in their offensive side of the ball around CJ to help him out.
Yeah, no, I think you brought up some great points there. And yes, the Trevor Lawrence resurgence, I credit solely to Liam Cohen and what he did there in Jacksonville, because, yeah, Trevor Lawrence looked like really what we expected to get Trevor Lawrence from his rookie year, what we expected Trevor Lawrence to be out of college. It almost felt like this was like a whole new career start for him. Now, I agree with you. I think you need some sort of quarterback whisperer to get any last hope out of CJ Stroud. But you would have to do it this year because obviously it's the last year of his deal, the 5th year on his option. And he left a really bad taste in your mouth with the 4 interceptions that he threw in the divisional round. It was the final score was 28-16 against the Patriots in that game. But that final score did not, like, that was a winnable game for the Texans if you could have done anything offensively. But CJ Stroud goes out and completes 42% of his passes, and the rest is history. And CJ Stroud very well may be history from the Texans after this year if he can't turn it around and in a big way, because the market rate for quarterbacks is not cheap. You're not getting a quarterback for less than, like, if you're restructuring or re-signing a quarterback, you're probably not going to get him for anything less than $40 million. More than likely in that $50 million a year range. Like Jalen Hurts, for example, makes $51 million. I think he's like the 10th highest paid quarterback in the league. Dak Prescott, of course, leads all quarterbacks with $60 million. It's just, that's a very big price tag for a guy that you're not sure about. Like, and you're not going to be, CJ Stroud and his camp are not going to be signing a 1-year deal. So you're not going to be getting him for more. So, like, you need to be absolutely sure that CJ Stroud is the guy. And if you're not, it's not worth that investment. And then you have to kind of start all over from scratch. Meanwhile, you're wasting some prime years of what is, I think, arguably the best defense in the NFL. It is a generationally great defense, but you can't get it done. And you made a great point earlier, Cordell. CJ Stroud does not have to be Patrick Mahomes. He does not have to be amazing. He just needs to be average. With the pieces he has on that defense and around him on the offense, like, you just have to be average. And this team could do damage in the playoffs. But he was bad. And he was a hindrance. He was the reason that they did not advance to the AFC Championship in January, which I feel like everyone except for maybe Cal McNair, who, is, quote, fully committed to CJ Stroud, should scare you going into this next season. So I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like in that, obviously all eyes are on that divisional round of playoffs. Like, so much attention goes into those individual games, but it's not like he did anything during the regular season. And the biggest CJ Stroud like defenders will tell you, well, the offensive line was terrible, it's putrid. And they're not wrong. Two things can be true. That offensive line could be really bad, and the Texans need help offensively, but also CJ Stroud wasn't great. So I do not envy the place that the Texans are in with arguably the same position. It feels a lot, it's very similar, Cordell, to our conversation earlier about the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they're at with the quarterback position. And it's like, we're going to have to see what we get out of this next year. And then this time next year, there's a very good chance that both the Steelers and the Texans will be starting over at the most important position in the sport.
And look, I do think, like I mentioned, the offensive line is definitely a part of CJ's regression over the last couple of years. But also, where's CJ's mobility? Like, what happened to the mobility that we saw CJ have his rookie year, his time in college at Ohio State? Like, where did that go? All of a sudden, he's a guy that plays with little to no confidence. Case in point, 4 interceptions in the divisional round. Some of those picks were just god-awful picks, too, that if he just looks to extend the play, maybe something else, he gets a different outcome. But again, we're in this landscape of the NFL where teams are just refusing to go back to playing quarterback Russian roulette. And if you have anything decent at the position, they're willing to cough up the dough. We saw Miami drastically overpay Tua. We saw the Jaguars give a boat ton of money to Trevor Lawrence, who, like I said, bounced back this year. But up until that point, we're all scratching our heads like, what has Trevor Lawrence done to get this type of deal? So I do think it's a tough position to be in, because to make the decision to start over at quarterback is not something that you should be taking lightly. And, with them picking up the 5th-year option, they have essentially a year to 2 more years for CJ to kind of wake up and snap out of this before they have to make some real long-term investment. But if you're CJ, you have to show something this year. This has to be the redemption year for you. That defense is good enough to win the Super Bowl, to at least get to the Super Bowl. CJ Stroud being the main reason why they weren't able to make it out of that game, it has to be something that I think lives with him all offseason. And I'd like to imagine that CJ is going to bounce back. I think he has the talent. I think he has enough around him and I'm looking at the team in its totality. Again, I do think they need to reinvest a little more in that offense and really just get healthier. That would help. But CJ, he's got to raise the floor of his play if the Texans are going to be taken serious by anybody in a toss-up division that is the AFC South.
To another AFC South opponent, the Indianapolis Colts, Adam Schefter reports that they plan to keep Anthony Richardson into August to reassess his trade market. I hear you laughing, Cordell. In case of any quarterback injuries elsewhere, Indianapolis will now keep Richardson essentially as a quarterback trade chip instead of moving him immediately. And Shane Steichen did say he's, quote, back in the fold at camp. He's throwing. Which should be a warning to anyone standing just outside of the field. But no, Anthony Richardson, just a failed first-round experiment in Indianapolis, and he wants out now. He wants a fresh start somewhere else because he knows he's not going to, see any playing time there in Indy. It is interesting that they're holding on to him, thinking that his trade value will go up. I guess the sooner that they get to the season, but I just don't see any team buying in. Even if Aaron Rodgers doesn't go to Pittsburgh, I don't see like a quarterback hungry team like Pittsburgh taking a shot on Anthony Richardson. I'm pretty sure we all know what we get with Anthony Richardson, right?
I would imagine so. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like the Colts have had the best offense in the league and he's been the guy holding them back. But I do think Daniel Jones exploited Anthony Richardson a little bit this year with just the ability to lean on Jonathan Taylor in the run game, at least at the first half of the year when the Colts were rolling and before Daniel Jones got hurt. I mean, they let JT really look like an MVP type of running back for the first half of the season. You've got Alec Pierce, who's been the yards per catch king in the NFL the last couple of years. He's blossoming, making himself a ton of money. You got Michael Pittman, who's still filling in the gaps. They got a rookie tight end who's balling. You know, Anthony Richardson couldn't do the bare minimum. He couldn't do the bare minimum. He looked unprepared. He looked like the moment is too big for him. And when you see a quarterback tap out of the game, I mean, I can't defend that. I can't defend that. I cover Lamar Jackson here in Baltimore. I'm not even going to put him on that scale, but I'm thinking just even if you want to talk about the physical quarterbacks that we've seen, Cam Newton, imagine Cam tapping out to come out of a game after he just had a couple of runs in a drive, and Cam was notorious for running the football and running through defenders. I just can't take Anthony Richardson serious. What choice do the Colts have but to hold on to him right now and hope that there is a team desperate enough come training camp or come preseason that needs anybody at the quarterback position? Maybe they will give the Colts a call and give Richardson a shot. It's worth a try, but they have nothing else that they can do with him right now. They have no choice but to hold on to him.
Yeah, it has all the feelings of like someone walking like a used old mattress out to the front of their house and putting it on the street corner.
The dumpster.
Yeah, right. And then when nobody comes and picks it up, they're like, well, I guess I'll just put it back inside then, because I don't want that mattress on my front lawn anymore. Like that's essentially what it is become for Anthony Richardson. Shane Steichen, though, I think you made a great point with like, okay, if he could do that with Daniel Jones, but he couldn't do it with Anthony Richardson, that just goes to show you what Anthony Richardson is. Shane Steichen, to me, is one of those quarterback whisperers. That is one of those coaches that I think someone like the Houston Texans need with a guy like CJ Stroud to see if you can get any more juice out of him. He's Cordell Woodland at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. Give him a follow. I'm Austin Huff at Austin Huff. A reminder, you can call into the show 310-840-4910 if you want to call or text. Coming up next, though, the NBA lottery takes place tomorrow. And we've got a fun little experiment that we've got with the teams that deserve the number one pick overall. We'll tell you what we mean coming up next here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day, only on Westwood One Sports. The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Who doesn't love playing the lottery? We're going to play the lottery coming up next, but with a little bit of a twist. But I will first want to remind you that this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. You can save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. My name is Austin Huff. You can hit me up on Twitter and Instagram at Austin Huff. Joined in for our guy Alex Gold, who is out with sinus surgery this week. Hope he has a speedy recovery. But Cordell Woodland has been filling his seat just nicely at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. And the NBA Draft Lottery is tomorrow. And each and every year, Bill Simmons ranks the teams in the lottery and their karma when it comes to who should get the top pick. Obviously, this year, Washington, Indiana, and Brooklyn all lead the way with 14% lottery odds. And then very next tier is Utah and Sacramento at 11.5%, followed by Memphis at 9%. So those are the teams at the top of the draft lottery. But Bill Simmons likes to do a fun exercise of like what teams he believes should have the number one pick just based off of karma. And his rankings this year include the number one overall pick going to the Pacers just due to the Tyrese Halliburton injury that they had to endure. Obviously, they were so close to winning an NBA Finals last year. And then Tyrese Halliburton just goes down with injury and is out for this entire year. And the Pacers were a shell of themselves throughout it. He then has the Wizards at number 2, the Bulls at number 3, the Hawks at 4, and the Jazz at 5. Cordell, when it comes to your NBA draft lottery based solely on karma, would you change anything about what Bill Simmons has here?
I mean, overall, it's tough to really argue it. The Pacers, like you said, getting so close last year, making it all the way to Game 7, pushing that Thunder team to the brink. And then Halliburton just getting hurt. And it just seems like it's just been one thing after another with him. He's got the shingles and everything. Like he's really going through it. So I can lean with that. Now, I am here in Baltimore. I am from DC. Not a Wizards fan, though. I got out of that business long ago, thankfully. But and this is going to shock some of the people out here that know me. But honestly, I can make a case for the Wizards being the team that probably deserves the number one pick the most. A lot of Wizards fans feel like they got hosed last year, and with the draft lottery, and they should have Cooper Flag in DC. That's how they feel like, but they feel like the NBA has basically rigged the lottery for years to spite the Wizards, and the Wizards, no matter how bad they've been consistently, no matter how high their odds are, something happens to where a team or two always ends up jumping them in the lottery. So if not the Pacers, I probably could probably make the best case for the Wizards as the team that I guess is the most deserving.
I like the Pacers at 1. I like the fact that I really enjoyed watching their run last year and seeing kind of a new beast in the East arise, or at least that's what it seemed like. And then Halliburton goes down, and they were just completely obliterated off the map this season. But, and that is, Indiana is such a great basketball state. And I always like when the Pacers, even back to the Paul George years, the Jermaine O'Neal years, the Reggie Miller years. Like I like when Indiana is good. And maybe that's just the Midwestern guy in me at heart, but I'm going to show a lot of homerism here. If I was the NBA, if I was Adam Silver, and I was ever thinking about throwing in a frozen envelope, if ever rigging the system, I would rig it to the point where we could hear more of the Alan Parsons project heard in the playoffs, I would give it to the Chicago Bulls, because that is a franchise that has been so poorly run for 20 years. Aside from a nice little spring budding of a rose in the now number one retired Derrick Rose for the Bulls, that franchise has done nothing, and it's been so poorly run. The very least you could do is throw them a cookie and throw them a bone and give them that number one pick. I would love, because Chicago to me is one of those franchises that are like the Knicks, that are like Notre Dame in college football, that are like, I'll even say the Yankees in baseball. The sport is better when they are good. It is, like, and that is just how I feel. I feel that about the Chicago Bulls. Like, I just think that if you could find a way to resurge the fan base in Chicago, that would ignite a lot of things. Obviously, the rivalries that Chicago has with Milwaukee and with Indiana and with all of the other teams that just surround it, it would just make basketball better as a whole. Now, look, the Bulls are not winning it. They have a 4.5% chance to win the number one overall pick in the draft lottery, and nothing good has ever gone the Bulls' way since the last dance in 1998, right? Just ask Derrick Rose's knee. I just wish that the Chicago Bulls, like, if there was some way to rig the system, Adam Silver, that you could rig it towards Chicago, because I think it would be better for basketball.
Yeah, it could be reviving the Bulls. I'm not necessarily like Chicago, and Chicago has had their chances, and it just seems like players go there and don't blossom, and then you get a guy like Kobe White who finally blossoms, and they ship him out.
And Ayo. Yeah,
So-
Ayo DeSumo too. Like, it's like
Yeah,
the homegrown
yeah.
kid from Chicago. Like, he comes into the
Lauri
league, you're like,
Markkanen.
okay, this guy could be great. And then sure enough, he's not great until he goes to the Timberwolves, and you're like, oh,
It's crazy. So they've had their chances, but that's the thing. And I bring up the Wizards too. They've had these chances with some of these top picks, and it doesn't end up going very far. Now, Wizards fans will say, they had a great heyday with John Wall and Bradley
Yep.
Beal and those guys. To a degree, I can buy that. But now that I'm thinking a little more, I wouldn't hate, if we're talking about like deserving, I think about teams that don't have a winning roster, but still competed, still fought, still maximized what they had. How about the Hawks?
Yeah.
Who were a team that really should have just been left to die after they move on from Trae Young and those guys, and that young core just really kind of gelled together and became a little bit of a problem on the back end of the season, into the play-in and into the playoffs. But that Hawks team intrigues me to a degree. Now, would they be able to kind of build on what they did this year if they were to get, and look, honestly, if you're picking in the top 4 to 5 in this draft, you should be able to get something really, really good. I think this draft is really good at the top. So if you get one of those guys in there to go in Atlanta, I don't know, man. I think that could be a case where you're similar to like what you're seeing with the Spurs. Not saying they'll be as good as the Spurs, but similar to how you see Dylan Harper, who was one of the best players in college basketball, coming out, and then he comes in and immediately he's a key contributor on a legit playoff team. That could be the case in Atlanta.
You mentioned John Wall and how the Wizards really haven't been anything since he was in town, and he is actually going to be the on-stage representative for the Wizards tomorrow at the draft lottery. And I don't know about you, Cordell, but I love looking at this list, because you ever sit around at the bar with your buddies and you just play a game of like, hey, remember that guy?
Yeah.
That's essentially what this list is, of the on-stage representatives, most of which of these players are either just representing as team legends, or some are actually working in the front office. But you got guys on this list like Nick Collison representing the Oklahoma City Thunder. He's a special assistant to the general manager. Yeah, right. Obviously Alonzo Mourning with the Miami Heat, but here's one: Tayshaun Prince. He's representing the Grizzlies. He is apparently, which I did not know this, the vice president of player affairs for the Grizzlies. Tayshaun Prince. Now it's like I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Tony Kukoc for the Chicago Bulls. Vince Carter will be representing, I mean, he could be representing literally all of these teams with the number of teams he played for. But he is representing the Brooklyn Nets as a legend and Hall of Famer. And like Rolando Blackman for the Mavericks. It's just, it really is like so much fun. Oh, TJ McConnell for the Pacers. Like it's just, like, I don't know. I love just like the randomness of guys on here. Like Scott Perry, the general manager for the Kings. So yeah, some of them are kind of boring. The Bucks have Mallory Edens, just the owner. It's like, come on, give us like real good. Yeah, give me like a deep Milwaukee Bucks player pool, even if he wasn't good. I don't care. Like just give me someone. Give me a Roy Hibbert in Indiana, right?
Yes.
Like give me someone like just like way back in the day of. That just, like a.
What's Danny Granger up to these days?
What is Danny Granger up to these days, right? Like that's what I want. I could just sit there and I know just about every guy listening right now could do the same, but you could just sit in a bar for hours and just name dudes.
Yeah, no, definitely some good pulls. The Nick Collison one, I mean, he's a big part of that history out.
Yes.
Good to see Nick Collison back. Tony Kukoc in Chicago. I mean, that's a pretty cool one right there. The Tayshaun Prince of it all, like you, I didn't even know Tayshaun was a part of the Grizzlies front office. So that's kind of news to me right there. But yeah, it is always that's kind of one of the joys of the lottery is seeing who's representing who. And some of these guys, I mean, we've seen in Cleveland where they had the owner's son is kind of like their lucky charm a little bit, and they get the first round pick. Some of these people are definitely, superstitious when it comes to who you're selecting to go up there and represent the teams.
Yeah, with Tayshaun Prince representing the Grizzlies, the Pacers should reel out Reggie Miller, and as soon as he's about to make a pick, Tayshaun Prince just runs up from behind him and blocks him. Reminiscent of that 2004 Eastern Conference Final. There are 6 teams that have never had the number one. Yeah, right. I know. God love him. If he would have, that series may have gone a different way. The 6 teams have never had the number one pick: the Denver Nuggets, the Indiana Pacers, Memphis Grizzlies, Miami Heat, Oklahoma City Thunder, and Utah Jazz. Goodness, what if the Oklahoma City Thunder somehow got the number one overall pick just with the amount of picks that they've had over the last few years? Yeah, there would be riots in the street. That's for sure. Just absolutely incredible. So, hey, when we come back, let's talk a little baseball. Something we haven't done in a bit. Actually, this whole show, it's been all basketball and football. Let's talk some stick and ball. Coming up next, right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day. Make it legendary on Westwood One Sports.
Second 10-game winning streak of the season for the 2026 Chicago Cubs.
The bets, the breakdowns, the big games. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
There is no one hotter in baseball than the Chicago Cubs. That sound comes credit Marquee Sports Network. Before we get into some baseball talk, let me tell you that BetMGM players will receive an MLB odds boost token and an MLB parlay boost token this weekend. To use the token, add MLB bets to your bet slip and activate the respective token. If you win your wager that was made with either token, you will receive extra winnings in unrestricted bonus dollars. There is the Cubs just remain hot. They have had back-to-back 10-game winning streaks. They have taken over sole command of the NL Central, which is, you could argue, the most competitive division in baseball, because nipping at their heels is the St. Louis Cardinals, who will just not go away in what was supposed to be a rebuilding year where they were supposed to finish last. They've got a young team that doesn't realize that they're supposed to be bad this year, and they are just firing on all cylinders. And right behind them, of course, the Milwaukee Brewers with Jacob Mizorowski and the lightning that he has been thrown to, which we'll get to in just a second. But my goodness, Chicago Cubs. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are going to win just about every single day they take the field. And that is despite even the injuries that they've had. Obviously, earlier this year, Cade Horton goes down, and he's out for the year, needing elbow surgery. But we just find out this week that Matthew Boyd had underwent successful surgery on his left meniscus from playing with his kid, which, look, I love baseball for many reasons, one of which being the ridiculous injuries that you get during the season. I remember Jeff Kent had to miss like a month of play because he jumped off of his truck wrong. One guy tripped over a sprinkler head. Some of the injuries in baseball are just phenomenal. But imagine being a dad, playing with your kids, and you tear your meniscus and you have to miss what is seemingly Cubs manager Craig Counsell said it's minor meniscus surgery. He's going to miss about a month or 6 weeks, but probably closer to 6 weeks for him to ramp back up. That's a big loss to a Cubs team that has already had big losses, but they just continue to win despite that. I mean, is there anything more impressive in baseball right now than the Chicago Cubs?
I mean, it's tough to find it. It's tough to find it these days. I mean, offensively, they've been a juggernaut, a complete juggernaut. Number one in baseball in OBP right now, and first in runs scored as well. And they're hitting for average, top 5 team in baseball in batting average right now as well. They're just hitting the ball all over the field. And I think it starts at the top of that lineup with Nico Horner, man. It just feels like every time he comes up to the plate, especially in a big spot, he's going to come through for them. And right now, they have been able to really rely on simply outscoring their opponents. The pitching hasn't been necessarily great, starting pitching, that is, outside of Shota Imanaga, who has just been lights out, especially at home. He's been lights out. So Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this goes. We're getting into that time period where the weather starts to warm up and the ball really starts flying. And we know in Wrigley, that ballpark is impacted by the weather more than any other ballpark in the league.
Yeah.
As long as they can keep hitting, I think they'll be fine. You brought up the division. Like you said, this was supposed to be a down year for the Cardinals. And so far, they have been one of the pleasant surprises. I don't know if they'll be able to stay as hot. Now, the Brewers, I do put stock into teams like the Brewers. Same thing. I put Pittsburgh in that St. Louis boat. Like, I like their starting pitching, but their offense is inconsistent. And the Reds they're just bottoming out. Just at one point, they were one of the hotter offenses in baseball. Now they've just forgotten how to win. So it does kind of feel like as time goes on, the Cubs will be able to get a stronger hold on this Central Division.
Yeah, the Reds, losers of 8 straight. They've won 1 out of their last 10 games. And I do think, you make a great point about teams kind of coming back down to earth because, look, it is the 9th of May right now. We still have, I think last week we were at 20% of the season done. So we've still got plenty of baseball left to play. And I think a good tell as to how you can determine what teams will kind of come back down to earth or what teams are playing ahead of their skis is the run differential. Currently, the Cubs have the best record in the sport, but they have the 3rd best run differential in the National League, behind both the Braves and the Dodgers, who are actually duking it out this weekend out in Dodger Stadium. The Dodgers lead with plus 79. The Braves are at plus 77, and the Cubs are at plus 56. So a big drop-off there. And then, like you said, with the Cardinals, kind of expecting them to kind of come back down to earth at some point. You'd be hard-pressed to believe that they'll be able to sustain this level of success throughout the entire season. They're at only a plus 6 run differential. That's a huge drop-off from the Cubs. And then the Brewers, who are right behind them in 3rd place in the Central, at plus 52. So I know that's a lot of numbers I'm throwing your way. You're probably head spinning or, like that one gif of the math equations in front of your eyes. But run differential does matter. And historically, that has always been the case in baseball. And that's the best way to tell which teams are actually good versus which teams are hot right now. Now, with that said, I do think the Cubs pitching, I think at some point has got to catch up with them. I don't think they're as good as their record is right now, but you do have to win these games. And that was actually one of the biggest knocks for the Cubs during their first 10-game win streak last week. Was, okay, so you swept a series against the Mets, and then you swept 2 series against the Phillies, and you expect us to be impressed by your 10-game win streak? Those are the 2 worst teams in the NL East. Well, yeah, that might be the case, but you still have to win those games. And that's why I don't ever understand that. When people try and discredit a 10-game winning streak, a 10-game winning streak is a 10-game winning streak. You're good in baseball if you take 2 of 3 in a series. But if you're sweeping consistent series throughout, I mean, that just proves you're a good team. And then now on this 10-game winning streak, the Cubs are beating even better teams like the Padres and the Diamondbacks and the Reds, who were good before this skid. So, and really they're on this skid because in large part of the 4-game sweep that they had against the Cubs. The Cubs won on 3 straight walk-offs this week. That right there is the Cubs have just they're firing on all cylinders. They won last night 7-1 in Texas. I mean, they very well will probably win today and stay on this hot journey. But with the pitching, with Matthew Boyd being out for a month, you already lost Kate Horton. You do think that they're going to come back down to earth. And speaking of earth, or at least someone who is not of this earth, Jacob Mizorowski. You want to go just north to as Cubs fans call it, Wrigley Field North. The Brewers have got something special with Jacob Mizorowski. He fanned 11 guys in 6 scoreless innings against the Yankees. And where's the stat? He threw 10 pitches at over 103 miles per hour. That is the fastest ever tracked for a starting pitcher. This is not like Aroldis Chapman closer type stuff where he's coming in all fired up for one inning. This is a starter throwing over 10 pitches at over 103 miles per hour. Like, this is insane. Have you ever seen anything? I mean, statistically, no, we haven't seen anything like it from a starting pitcher. But what would you like? Is there even a comparison for what Jacob Mizorowski is doing?
Not that I can recall. I mean, you think back to some of the best fireball throwers. Immediately, guys like Randy Johnson comes to mind, and like, I've never seen anything like this. And like, the baseball fan in me loves it because it's just like, wow, This is insane. Throwing 103. Who's touching that? And that Yankees lineup is about as good as it gets. So you're mowing those guys down like that, shutting them out. That's big time. But also, kind of the realist in me is concerned. Like, dude, maybe
right.
Back a little bit, and because 101 with good placement is still good enough, or 99 with good placement is still good enough, and then let's tap into that 103 when you want to punch Judge out. That's fine, but I would just be cautious about him long term if this continues.
Yeah, future headline, Jacob Mizorowski is out with Tommy John surgery. Just go ahead and prepare yourselves for it now.
Right.
And prepare yourselves for what's coming up next, because would you rather be the third best player on a championship winning team or the third best player throughout the entire league during your career? That's the debate we're going to get into. Barkley versus Draymond here on BetMGM Game Day next.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You can stream the show live on YouTube or Twitch, like our guy at West Coast-604 who commented, I saw the Cubs in LA 2 weeks ago. PCA was hitting like 208 and batting 8th. They have been on a tear since that series at Dodger Stadium. They really have. That was, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, might be the last game that they lost. They may have lost one in San Diego right after that, but they have been literally on an absolute tear in baseball since that series at Dodger Stadium. And someone else who has been on a tear lately is Draymond Green. My goodness. Draymond Green has been doing a lot of talking this week, getting in spats with Austin Rivers via his podcast, and Austin Rivers responding on the Dan Patrick Show and on socials, but then also with Charles Barkley. He went on NBA Inside the NBA this week as like kind of a guest host, because let's be honest, when Draymond's career is over, which it seems to be sooner rather than later, he's going to go into media. I think he would be a great addition to anyone's NBA broadcast. He's loud, he's opinionated. I think he would be a perfect fit for that. But I don't believe that he is a perfect fit for Inside the NBA, because here he was talking about Charles Barkley, who has been critical of Draymond Green and just really the Warriors' ability to win in these latter years and their irrelevancy over the last 4 or 5 years. Here is Draymond Green on Inside the NBA.
Always ends. Sports are for young people. You hope to have a great long career, but sports, nobody wins when they're 37, 38.
But you said what you said. I want to hear if he believes what you're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the goal is just to not look like you in the Houston Rockets uniform.
Yeah.
Is ultimately the goal for us. Like, we don't want to.
What does that look like?
Did you see it?
I'm just asking.
I saw it. I mean, so, we're always going to try to compete. When you win championships, the goal will always be to try to reach that level. Can we get back to that level? Listen, to your point, Jimmy's going to miss a lot of next year. Moses is going to miss a lot of next year. That's $70 million. $75 million of a $160 million payroll. So it's going to be tough. But make no mistake about it, the goal will always be to compete at a championship standard level. Whether we win a championship or not, I think as you get older, you have to redefine what's success, right? Still the most sellouts in the NBA. Still the most national TV games in the NBA. And you just want to give yourself a chance. Success may not be for us at this point a championship, right? That's the way it goes. And so I think understanding what is success at this point is key for us, knowing and understanding that it may not be realistic to win a championship, but can we continue to build to that so that once we leave this organization, it's still in a great space of where they have that pedigree and they can try to build on that
like the Spurs.
Work out. Exactly.
The shot at Charles Barkley in the Rockets uniform has been what has made the most waves this week. And I'll say this, not that I'm defending Draymond Green, because I feel like I have the same opinion on Draymond Green as most of America does. But Inside the NBA is a very jocular show, right? Like that's why we love it. We love them razzing each other. Most of the time, Kenny and Shaq razzing Charles for never winning a championship. And he has become the butt of many jokes and almost a cartoon character of sorts in his latter career since his playing days have ended, with the number of commercials and being able to poke fun at himself and having the self-awareness that he has. It's one of the reasons why we love Charles Barkley. That was Draymond Green trying to rib Charles Barkley the way Kenny and Shaq do, and it just fell flat. I don't think it was meant to be as as hostile as many people are making it out to be. However, with that said, though, I don't blame people for thinking that way because of Draymond Green's history and his past and the way he has shown us how thin his skin can be at times. He does, as we saw literally also this week with him firing back at Austin Rivers when Austin Rivers wasn't doing anything but merely saying, like, he's a great player, but Draymond Green said that Steve Kerr has kind of held him back in his playing career, and Austin Rivers was like, if anything, Steve Kerr and what he has done with that Golden State Warriors team over the last decade plus has helped you become the player that you are. And so then thus starts this week of debate of, would you rather be Charles Barkley, who during the entirety of his career was a top 3 player in the NBA? Always his best year was worse than Draymond Green's, his worst year was better than Draymond Green's best years. Or would you rather be the Draymond Green, who is probably the 3rd best player at times, at best, on those championship winning Golden State Warriors teams? And thus the debate has ensued because we do live, you talked about it earlier, Cordell. We live in a rings culture, and people that have rings feel like they are better players because they have the rings on their finger than players like Charles Barkley, who, for anyone who is young enough to have not witnessed Charles Barkley's career, needs to go back and watch some of his highlights. He's literally, you will be amazed that the guy who is on the Capital One commercials was able to do the things that he did in the NBA. He is that good. And I feel like they don't get the credit they deserve because maybe they don't have a ring on their finger.
Yeah, and that wasn't always the case. I think it's really the newer generation and all the podcasts and social media blowing up the way that it has, and people just having so much more of a voice. And we live in this debate culture and really compare culture, I would say. Really, I think the comparisons is really what has diminished the way people look at some of those players like Charles Barkley that were great back in the day. Look, my favorite player of all time is Allen Iverson. No ring, similar to Charles, same situation. You go to the finals, you have the MVP year, but you go up against Shaq and Kobe and the best team in the NBA. Like, what are you going to do? Same for Charles. He great years, MVPs, runs up against Michael Jordan and those. Like, what are you going to do? And so and people don't use their brains, to quote Jaylen Brown. And people think a ring equates to you being better than somebody else when this is a team sport. And Draymond has been a part of some of the best NBA teams of all time. And so, I do think context matters in all of this. And I agree with everything you said about Draymond being on the show. I think Draymond had a joke that just simply didn't land. It's how they operate on that show. It's not the first time Draymond has filled in for Shaq. Him and Charles always have their back and forths. That one was just one that was a little awkward, and people have taken it and I think blown it up into more than it is. And I'm not a Draymond defender, but I think we know one thing about Draymond. He's going to speak his mind and he's going to stand on something that he truly believes. Draymond has said he didn't intend it that way. I believe him. I do believe him in that. But I would probably want to be Draymond Green to answer the debate question. I probably take being the 3rd best player on one of the greatest teams of all time, because the 3rd best player could look a variety of ways. I could be the 3rd best player averaging like 16 and like 4 and 5 or something like that. Like, I could still be a really good player at the time, and I'm winning championships. I'm playing with some all-time greats as well. Neither are wrong ways to take, but I probably feel like there are more avenues at my disposal if I'm on a championship team, and especially a team that's winning multiple rings. Like, I could probably do a little more after basketball with that.
And going back to the line on Charles Barkley, yeah, it fell flat. And I can tell you why it fell flat is because Draymond, we don't know you to be the comedian. Like when Kenny and Shaq and Charles crack jokes at each other, we know they all have the utmost self-awareness. We all know that they can laugh at each other and they can poke fun at each other and it be a joke. When you come in from off the streets, nobody knows. The only thing we know about you is the exact opposite. You are very thin-skinned. You do not take jokes. You do not take even the slightest bit of, a lot of times, like even just this week with what Austin Rivers said, it wasn't criticism about you as a person. It was just if anything, it was praise about you, but you took it as criticism. And so you come off the streets of a guy that we know of that gets in verbal arguments with his coach on the sidelines, that, will yell in the faces of his teammates. You can't just step into the media scene. And look, don't get me wrong, he can get there eventually. When he ultimately does come to the media side of things, I think he could get there. And I think I'm sure Draymond is a very funny guy. And I'm sure that he could let that light shine. But until you almost have to develop that muscle. You have to earn that right to crack jokes at that. Otherwise, they're going to fall flat and they're going to come across as disrespectful because you've been nothing but disrespectful as a player throughout your entire career. But yeah, and back to the debate of who would I rather be? Cordell, you said that you would rather be Draymond be on the rings. Give me Charles Barkley's career all day, every day. I don't look, it does suck to have never won a title, right? You've got some amazing players that have never won titles before. Carmelo Anthony, Reggie Miller, there's a ton of great ones out there. But I mean, everything that has come in the post career since Charles Barkley, it's got to be Dolly Parton #1, Charles Barkley #2 on the list of lovable people in America, right? I don't think there's anyone that hates Charles Barkley. And I'll tell you who doesn't hate Charles Barkley: advertisers. What's in your wallet? I would love to have a check from Capital One with all the amount of commercials that he does. So give me Charles Barkley's overall career, both games without a championship and being, during his tenure, he was if not one or two, he was definitely at very least the third best player in the sport throughout his entire career. And his his worst years were still better than Draymond's worst years. So I would much rather take that than what Draymond has.
Without a doubt. I mean, now if you're asking me would I rather be Charles Barkley or Draymond Green, without a doubt I'm gonna choose Charles Barkley. But if it's third option, I can live with being the third option. There have been some great Chris Bosh was a third option with the Heatles.
Yeah, right.
So I think the other part is if Draymond had and look, I don't think Draymond's a bad guy. He's never broken any laws to our knowledge. The dude's a good citizen as far as we know. But I think if Draymond had a different persona and was known for things other than the things you mentioned earlier, arguing with his coaches, his teammates, getting into fights in the games, he would be able to do a little more, I think, off the court than he's able to right now. But right now, he's talked about this, having to fight this stigma that people have about him because people think that the aggressive Draymond Green that we see on the court is the same guy off the court. And typically that's not the case with all these athletes. I mean, every NFL player wants to kill somebody when they're not on the football field? That's usually not how it goes. You got some bad apples, don't get me wrong, but it's usually guys have that split personality and they know how to flip that switch. Unfortunately for Draymond, he's been so good at being the villain that I think it's kind of hampered him when it comes to off the court stuff. So, yeah, I mean, look, anybody that knows the history of the game shouldn't be throwing stones at Charles Barkley and the player that he was. Even with Houston, there are plenty other second acts that you can talk about with players before you get to Charles Barkley with the Rockets. So again, like we said, it was a joke. It didn't land the way that it should have. And Draymond, who knows how his career is going to end. It just seems like the Warriors are trending in the wrong direction. He said it himself. 2 of their bigger players aren't even going to be available for most of next year. It probably is the end when you talk about rings for these Warriors.
Yeah, and that's it's probably, going back to the persona of Draymond, is probably why he started his podcast, was to show the other side of Draymond. The only problem is he hasn't really been able to show another side of Draymond through this podcast, because a lot of it is just clapping back at people and using it as a megaphone for the persona that we've already known Draymond as. Real quick before we go, I do want to add that I did love that Inside the NBA kind of, in a way, came to the defense of Charles Barkley later on in the broadcast, as they were discussing James Harden having more turnovers than field goals against the Pistons, and Draymond Green defended Harden, only for the producers of the Inside the NBA to have Ernie Johnson feed off the stat that Draymond Green has 43 playoff games where he's finished with more turnovers than field goals made, which is tied with Kendrick Perkins for the most since 2003. So
that's
absolutely hilarious. No, it's not. It made for some great TV there just the other night on Inside the NBA on ESPN. Coming up next, though, we have got Theo Mackey joining us to talk Arizona Cardinals. I'm really curious as to how Jeremiah Love is fitting in there and how he thinks he will fare in Arizona this upcoming football season. We're going to talk to him coming up next. Also, some breaking news from the baseball world. Manager Bobby Cox has passed away. So we will discuss more of that on the other side as well. But this is BetMGM Game Day, live on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports. game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Had some difficulty connecting with Theo Mackey, but we are going to do so very soon. But before we get to that, we had some breaking news just before going to break. Some heavy news out of the city of Atlanta. Not only did Ted Turner pass away earlier this week, who was just a pioneer and innovator in so many levels in the world of sports, but most notably with the Atlanta Braves. Braves suffering another big loss to the franchise. Hall of Famer Bobby Cox, unfortunately, has passed away at the age of 84 years old. I think when it comes to baseball managers, this guy is in the upper echelon. This is one of the, I don't know if it's necessarily Mount Rushmore status, but he's definitely up there, like potentially. I mean, we're talking about a Hall of Famer, the fourth winningest manager in MLB history. He won 14 straight division titles from 91 to 2005. Think about that. So for, from 91 to 2005, the Atlanta Braves won their division, which is just unheard of these days. He won 5 National League pennants and, of course, that 1995 World Series championship. He was a 4-time manager of the year and won 2,400 games overall, which is behind only Connie Mack, Tony La Russa, and John McGraw. And of the 13 managers with at least 2,000 career wins, only one got there in fewer games than Cox, and that was Joe McCarthy. And look, Braves fans, or really anyone who watched the Braves on Ted Turner's Superstation growing up, TBS, Bobby Cox was entertaining because he got ejected more than just about anyone in baseball. He was a true legend of the sport, and our thoughts are with the Atlanta Braves organization, the family of Bobby Cox, and just what a tremendous loss to baseball, but what a truly amazing manager by all facets, Bobby Cox.
Yeah, really rough couple of days for city of Atlanta Braves fans, losing Ted Turner the other day, and now Bobby Cox. And you went through some of his accolades. I mean, we're talking about one of the greatest managers of all time. I mean, 15 straight division titles. That is not something to just overlook. To have a division on lockdown like that for over a decade is insane. That level of sustained success is just something you don't get out of today's sports landscape anymore. And every now and then you'll have teams like the Chiefs, who just terrorized the league, and we saw the Patriots, and what the Dodgers are doing now. They are definitely showing that can be done. But 15 straight years of division title, and they win the championship in '95. A great Braves team. I just think back to my childhood, and like you said, TBS, just turning it on and seeing the Braves on there, man. Those rosters were so loaded back in the 90s. It was insane. But yeah, just a huge loss, I'm sure, for the baseball community. And one thing about these managers, man, it's a very tight-knit group. So they all stick together, whether you're currently managing or you're manager of the past. They are a very, very tight-knit group. And a lot of these guys, they come up through the rankings, and they were bench coaches or hitting coaches for a lot of these dudes as they come up. And so I'm sure it's something that's a ripple effect that's going to go throughout Major League Baseball today, as they lost one of their all-time greats.
Yeah, you think back to you think of some of the biggest brands in baseball. You've got the Chicago Cubs, St. Louis Cardinals, Atlanta Braves. And the reason those three are some of the biggest brands, obviously you've got your New York and LA teams, but those other three, teams are such big brands because of the dials that we were able to watch or listen to them on. With St. Louis Cardinals, Kale KMOX signal reached all over the country. So you have Cardinal Nation all over the country, the people that are randomly Cardinals fans. Same thing with the Cubs and WGN. And for the Braves, it was TBS, the Superstation, as we talked about, with Ted Turner, who kind of founded that and really put the Braves not just on the map, but all over the map. You'll hear Braves players talk about how they would go into opposing team stadiums all over the country and have more fans there than the home team. And that was in large part because of TBS. Well, and it also helped that they were dominant. And before becoming the manager of the Braves, Bobby Cox was also the team's general manager from what was it? It was he was their I just had it. He was their general manager for about, I want to say 4 years before, 86 to 90. So he was the guy who essentially laid the foundation for the winning teams that he had over the next 2 decades. Obviously with Smoltz and Glavine and Maddox and Chipper Jones eventually, and I mean, one of the greatest Major League Baseball teams ever to not win a championship, you could argue, was the 98 Braves. A song that written by Morgan Wallen now. It has been made so famous. And he is Bobby Cox had 6 seasons of 100-win seasons and 8 of 90-win seasons. And, even before his Atlanta Braves coaching days, managing days, he managed the Blue Jays for 4 years, including the franchise's first winning record in 1983 and their first division title in 85. I mean, it cannot go understated enough of just the impact that Bobby Cox had on baseball and just how great he was. And Cordell, you brought up a great point. Like in the 90s, it was Jordan's Bulls, and in baseball, it was those Braves dominant teams, like with Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddox. And they were so good, and at the helm behind it all was Bobby Cox. It's heartbreaking for Atlanta. The Braves put out a statement saying, "We are overcome with emotion on the passing of Bobby Cox, our treasured skipper. Bobby was the best manager to ever wear a Braves uniform. He led our team to 14 straight division titles, 5 National League pennants, and the unforgettable World Series title in 95. His Braves managerial legacy will never be matched. Bobby was a favorite among all in the baseball community, especially those who played for him. His wealth of knowledge on player development and the intricacies of managing the game were rewarded with the sport's ultimate prize in 2014, enshrinement into the Baseball Hall of Fame." And while Bobby's passion for the game was unparalleled, his love of baseball was exceeded only by his love for his family. It is with the heaviest of hearts that we send our sincerest condolences to his beloved wife, Pam, and their loving children and grandchildren. That is the statement from the Atlanta Braves that they have put out on their social media accounts. He was 84 years old. Bobby Cox, unfortunately, passed away today. Just, heartbreaking news and a rough week for the city of Atlanta, a city that I absolutely love. It is a tremendous city all around, and it sucks. Like literally 2 icons from that franchise are now gone in Ted Turner and Bobby Cox. But our hearts again go out to everyone with the Braves organization. I mean, Cordell, if you're ranking all-time managers, I guess Bobby Cox has got to be, and I said earlier he just misses out on the Mount Rushmore, and that's merely just based off of going back to our ring culture, but only winning the one World Series. But with all the success that he had, I mean, you could make a case that he has a face on that Mount Rushmore.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, he's influential. He has he had a shelf life that spanned over multiple decades, multiple eras. So that in itself, I think, is a good sign of, an all-time great, when you can show your greatness over multiple eras, over different styles of play, different types of players. That definitely means something to me. But when you start, just off the top of my mind, you start thinking about some of the greatest managers of all time, it's tough not to think of Bobby Cox in the same breath that you would think of like a Tony La Russa, or maybe even and look, I despise the Yankees, but Joe Torre is definitely,
Yeah.
if I'm
Yeah,
talking
right.
about the 90s, like he's going to be a part of that. Now, you probably have a lot of guys that get brought up way before my time, but since I've been alive, like the Bochy's, Franconas, like Dave Roberts now, like those types of guys. I'm forgetting my guy that's out in he's not the manager anymore, but he's with the Rangers now.
Bruce
As one
Bochy.
of, but not Bochy, but it'll come to me at some point. But yeah, it's a lot of great managers out there, and I would imagine for most people, at least historians of the game, Bobby Cox's name will be brought up for sure.
Yeah, he truly it was a great. Again, if you're just joining us, Bobby Cox unfortunately passed away at the age of 84 today. Ron Washington, was that the guy you were thinking of?
Ron Washington, that's who I'm thinking of. I've always been a big Ron Washington guy. That's my guy right there. So yeah, that's selfishly on me.
Yeah, Ron Washington, who I believe is back with the Braves organization, or at least he was in recent years. So we're going to jump to a break here, because coming up next, we're going to be joined by Theo Mackey. We have gotten a hold of him. We are going to get him on because, look, could it be a chance that we see Carson Beck under center for the Cardinals this year with the holdout that they have there with Jacoby Brissett? That Jeremiah Love talking more with Theo Mackey, who covers the Cardinals for Arizona Central Sports, coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
You're locked into BetMGM Game Day, Westwood One Sports.
From their own two. Jeremiah Love breaks free. Jeremiah Love trying to go 98. Touchdown! What a run in the first touchdown of the 12-team playoff.
Game lines, headlines, and hard opinions. This is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
With the third overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals selected that man right there, Jeremiah Love. That sound comes courtesy of ESPN. That is from the Notre Dame game against Indiana. A massive, one of the top highlights of Jeremiah Love's prestigious college career. And joining us now to talk Arizona Cardinals, and we're going to talk about Jeremiah Love in a little bit, but is Theo Mackey. And Theo is the Cardinals beat writer for Arizona Central Sports. You can follow him on Twitter at Theo_Mackey. Theo, I got to start not with the running back position, which it seems to be that the Arizona Cardinals have locked up for the foreseeable future with that generational talent pick in Jeremiah Love, but at the quarterback position, one that was a position of question going into the draft. And obviously they pick up Carson Beck in the draft this year, but they also have Jacoby Brissett, a guy who is holding out for a new contract. One, it seems like talks are heading in the right direction with Jacoby Brissett. Where do they stand currently, and could there be a possibility of seeing Carson Beck under center for the Cardinals this year?
Well, the first part with the Brissett part, I mean, you have to remember it's still early, right? It's May 9th. This is not an issue that frankly needs to be resolved before training camp, right? Like if Jacoby Brissett holds out their training camp, like it's ultimately not going to make that big of a difference, given that he was here with the same receiving core last year. What would matter is that he's not here with Coach Mike LaFleur. He's installing his offense and kind of building that familiarity with the offense. But there are still multiple months where this situation can get figured out before it starts to be a legitimate concern where, your starting quarterback is not in camp. If that was the case come July 21st or whenever they're going to start training camp, that would become a major issue at that point. Jacoby Brissett wants to be paid like a starting quarterback because he is the front runner for that job. Like, the Cardinals have added 2 other quarterbacks this offseason, but Jacoby Brissett remains the front runner for that job, at least in week 1. Now to answer your question on Beck, like I would be surprised if we don't see him at some point this year. And that's not even necessarily saying that he's going to beat out Brissett at any point in the year, but it's just the nature of the NFL. Someone gets hurt, someone underperforms, the team is 1-10 and they feel like they need a spark even if Brissett's playing well. It's like Brissett down the stretch last year, his numbers just the way he was good. He went, 1-11 as the starting quarterback. So now put that on the start of the season. If they're 1-11, Jacoby Brissett has good stats. they're probably going to turn to the rookie at that point when you're trending towards a top 3 pick. You want to figure out what you have in Beck. So just kind of all the avenues that he has to get in games. I would be surprised if you don't see him for at least 2 or 3 or 4 games, whatever. Like, that's just how it works with these young quarterbacks, where teams want to get them a chance and see what they look like and decide whether this guy can be the guy. Now, I would be very, very surprised if that's out of camp week 1. Like, that just doesn't really happen with 3rd-round picks. Jacoby Brissett played solidly down the stretch. Even if the wins weren't there, he's a proven NFL borderline starting caliber, that 25th to 35th range quarterback. So I'd be very surprised if he is not the starter, assuming this contract situation gets worked out.
Now, leading up to the draft, there was a lot of talk about, Jeremiah Love, and obviously he kind of fits one of the many needs for the Arizona Cardinals at the time. And there are multiple schools of thoughts, and it felt like the popular school of thought was you don't draft a running back that high when you have as many needs as the Arizona Cardinals have. Now, I don't fully subscribe to that. I think at some point you need great players. You still need good players, and Jeremiah Love, you may not get another player in the next 3 years that may be better than him. But I understand the idea of people saying maybe the running back position can't carry your franchise in today's landscape unless you've got one of those 1%ers. Where are you on the Cardinals making the decision to go with Love, even despite adding a Tyler Algier to that running back room, and also still understanding that they have a long ways to go before we expect them to really be competitive?
Yeah, I can see both sides of it for sure. I think Love is a fantastic prospect. Like, that's not the doubt here. My issue is, it's not so much, I know people have pointed out the salary. Jeremiah Love has set a rookie, an NFL record for running back guaranteed money. That's not so much the issue given the cap space. Where I land on this is, it's just easy to find really good running backs relative to other positions. Kenneth Walker's making $14 million a year. He hit free agency. Saquon Barkley, probably the best all-around running back in the NFL, hit free agency 2 years ago or whatever it was 2 years ago when he went to Philadelphia. So you can get the best players at running back for a reasonable price. Christian McCaffrey went to San Francisco without a first-round pick going to Carolina. You can get there's a long history of really good running backs being drafted in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. So my issue is just that you can get, if you wanted to have a really awesome running back in your offense, you think that's important to keep defenses honest, to open up the game, the field for your quarterback, for your downfield passing game, because teams are loading the box, to just create all that uncertainty offensively, to create explosive plays on the ground. I understand all of that logic. I actually think running backs are probably underpaid right now, given that the league is trending more towards the importance of running backs to punish this playing too high. But if you believe in that philosophy, you could have just gone out and got Kenneth Walker for $14 million a year, or beat the Chiefs off for $15-16 million a year, whatever. And then you use the number 3 pick on an edge rusher in Arvell Reese, where those types of players, if Arvell Reese hits, if he's an elite prospect, if he is a top 10, if he ends up being a top 10 edge rusher in the NFL, those players don't come available unless you're drafting in the top 10. Those players are almost never drafted outside of the first round, outside of the top half of the first round. They very, very, very rarely hit free agency. And when they're traded for 2 first-round picks like Michael Parsons and Max Crosby. So just to me, it's the upside of, if you hit on that edge rusher, because I understand Arvell Reese is a riskier prospect than Jeremiah Love. But if you hit on that edge rusher, the reward is a player you can't find through other avenues. If you hit on Jeremiah Love, it's a player who you could have gotten in free agency or a reasonably priced trade.
This segment is sponsored by Progressive.
Also understand he's going to be a great player. Like that, I have no doubt about. So I do understand both sides of the argument.
This segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance. Protects small business with affordable coverage options. Get your quote today at progressivecommercial.com. We're talking to Theo Mackey, who covers the Cardinals for Arizona Central Sports. You can hit him up on Twitter at Theo_Mackey. Theo, there was some smoke, or at least some murmurs, surrounding Aaron Rodgers potentially landing in Arizona. Was there any fire there, to your knowledge?
To be honest, I don't know the answer to that. My sense was that there's not, but that this is an educated guess. My sense is that he was always leaning towards Pittsburgh. If he was going to return, it was going to be to Pittsburgh. I can't remember when Mike LaFleur was asked about it, but it never sounded like the Cardinals were progressing there. So I don't know, whether that report came from his agent or something, trying to get more money from the Steelers or whatever it was. But certainly now it doesn't look like it's going that way. But no, I don't fully know the answer to that question, to be honest.
Now, last year, it was really a big year for Marvin Harrison Jr. coming into the season. A lot of people wanting to see if he's going to kind of look more of the part than he did his rookie year. And I think he did, as time went on before the injury. But then here comes Michael Wilson out of nowhere. And this dude, I'm a big fantasy guy. He was the fantasy darling for the last, maybe 2 months of the season. What is the kind of the expectation with him going into this year, assuming Brissett is able to kind of take over the reins at the start of the year? And that's also assuming that guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. will be able to take a step forward. And, you've got one of the best tight ends in football as well with Trey McBride.
Yeah, I was asked about this by a fantasy podcaster or a radio show earlier this week, and I have a hard time imagining that Michael Wilson wouldn't be the number one wide receiver going into the year. What does that mean, right? Because him and Marv are both going to be on the field basically 100% of plays. So it's more of a matter of who gets open, I guess, where you are in the progressions. But Michael Wilson has earned his opportunity in a way that Marvin Harrison Jr. never has. And even when Marv was healthy for stretches in late last season, Michael Wilson was still producing. He really broke out in the second half of the season, showed what he can do with that opportunity. Marvin Harrison Jr. hasn't shown that in a year and a half. I agree with you that the Marv made strides last year. I think he was playing faster, not getting so bogged down mentally. Once he got over those drops issues that he had earlier in the season, you started to see a little bit of the contested catch ability that he does bring because of his size. But he's just never found a way to dominate games in the way that Michael Wilson clearly has. The ability to consistently get open when he's not – okay, fine. If he's in one-on-one coverage and they're isolating him, yes, he can do well in those situations. Like against the Cowboys in Monday Night Football, he was cooking Deron Bland over and over. But if teams are putting help to his side, he's not finding those little spaces in the defense and being explosive after the catch and being out two guys for a contested catch and kind of all those like extra things that you have to do that we saw from Michael Wilson. Now, my question is just, how much can this offense support Michael Wilson, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., if you're talking from a fantasy perspective? Because last year it was a perfect recipe. The defense was awful. They were playing catch up or set. They had no running game. They were just, chucking the ball downfield. If they're a more balanced offense and the defense is a little bit more respectable, you're just not going to be having that volume of passing that you had last year. So that caps the ceiling for all those guys, really.
Theo Mackey, Cardinals beat writer for Arizona Central Sports. Theo, last question on the way out the door in 60 seconds or less. Kyler Murray, is he going to work out in Minnesota, do you think?
I don't know. I'm fascinated to see if he does. Obviously it'll be one of the better receiving cores that he's had. But no, I think it's a fascinating fit because Kevin O'Connell has always had like a pocket passing kind of standard quarterback, and this is going to be such a departure from that for kind of what the Vikings have had and what Kevin O'Connell has had even in his previous stops. As a coordinator and stuff. And so I'm really fascinated to see how he's going to build an offense that is designed around Kyler's strengths rather than what he's often done, which is, wanting a guy who can sit there, go through progressions, read the middle of the field. That's not what Kyler does. So it's really going to be interesting to me, like from a schematic perspective of what Kevin O'Connell can do to maximize Kyler. Because I think at this point we know what Kyler is. Like he has his flaws related to his size, his ability to win inside the pocket. He's also incredibly explosive. So we'll see how Kevin O'Connell can maximize that.
At Theo_Mackey on Twitter. Theo, thanks so much for the time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
Coming up next, Old Dominion, a country band, has a song called I Was on a Boat That Day, which I imagine is now the go-to karaoke song for Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini. We got to get into their maiden voyage coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
From kickoff to cash out, your weekend sports destination is BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
Entering our fifth and final hour here on BetMGM Game Day. Shout out to Cordell Woodland, who has filled in the seat of Alex Gold quite nicely today. Hit him up on socials at Cordell Woodland. I am Austin Huff. You can hit me up on socials at Austin Huff. And Cordell, I don't know about you, but I love rolling around in the mud. And we are about to do so in just a second. But I first want to remind you that with BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot, you have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets during each playoff game. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager. And if your guy scores 3+ goals during that game, you will win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. You know what? If you're going to make a hockey bet, just go ahead and put it on the Colorado Avalanche, because I don't think anyone is beating them in this year's Stanley Cup final, or the Stanley Cup playoffs, I should say, because they are just incredibly hot. But I am looking forward to what hopes to be. I'm hoping for a Vegas Golden Knights Colorado Avalanche Western Conference final, because I think that will be must-watch television. And one thing that has been must-watch television, at least for most of America, is reality TV. And we've seen a reality TV saga unfold before our eyes since April 7th. And the reason I bring up that date is because that was the day that TMZ dropped some photos, or excuse me, Page Six dropped some photos of one Mike Vrabel, AFC winning head coach for the New England Patriots, and NFL reporter Diana Rossini canoodling, and by canoodling I mean interlocking fingers while holding hands at a hotel. And what seems like every day over the last, it has now spanned over a month since those photos dropped, it's just been bad news after bad news. And the latest is real bad, because we have got video and photos of both Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini renting a boat on a lake in Tennessee while Diana Rossini was several months pregnant. I mean, this is just gone from a relationship that has spanned over 6 years, what we learned, to just worse and worse and worse with every piece of bad news that comes out. I mean, and this news of her being like very pregnant with her firstborn kid on a boat with Mike Vrabel might be worse than the playlist that she provided Mike Vrabel during their 7-game losing streak in 2022. But Cordell, like, this is just one wild story to witness. And now, like, when you pair in the factor that, like, Diana Rossini was hanging out on boats with Mike Vrabel during a time when the Titans were in the sweepstakes for Julio Jones back in the day, she did some reporting that kind of devalued Julio Jones, or the Titans' interest in Julio Jones, which very well could have brought down Julio Jones' trade value, which then brings in some NFL football implications. Like, you know, so many people have said, this isn't a football story. What they do in their personal lives, who cares? I mean, this is kind of becoming a football story in a way, with the reporting that Diana Rossini has done closely around the Tennessee Titans at the time, and with what came to fruition with them ultimately signing Julio Jones. Where do you come out on all this?
It's bizarre, man. Honestly, I mean, I definitely don't think it's just a personal story anymore. We know too much already, way more than I'd like to know about their relationship to this point. And it's an ethical issue for me. At least that's the root of my problem with all of this. As a fellow reporter, it's unethical. It's just not right. You're not supposed to have these types of relations with the people you're covering. Now, I'm not naive. I know how it goes. I understand that these types of things happen. And there are situations that maybe not look exactly like this to where it's, a love relationship or anything like that. But there are men who break the code too, and it just looks different. It's in a different way. So I think it's really bringing a lot of attention to the ethical part of the relationship between reporter and coach or reporter and player. That again happens. Now, this on a personal level, when you go beyond just the ethical issues with this is you're now talking about morally being wrong. Like, oh, this lady is like full blown pregnant, walking on a boat with Mike Vrabel. What are you about to do with that, Mike? What are your plans, bro? Like,
yeah, yeah.
happening? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
how far is this going? Is there no remorse? Is there no part where where your moral compass turns on for either of them and just says like, this is wrong? Now, I don't know what was going on between her and her husband at the time, or him and his wife at the time. Maybe they're both on breaks. I don't know. It's a lot of background information that we don't know, but I do know that this is not a good look. And it's taken on a life of its own. And it's like, now I have questions of like, where are all these pictures and videos coming from? Who has had these things? They've been sitting on them for so long, and now this stuff is trickling out. And of course, you go back to their statements, and she maintains this was all innocent and nothing was happening here. And the more you dig into this, this has been going on for years now. I just really feel bad for everybody, all the collateral damage, honestly. Like, her family, the kids, her husband, his wife and family. Like, all of these people have been dragged into what's turning out to be a soap opera for us, but for them, this is real life. And it's just a complete embarrassment, really, put on all the people that are collateral damage in this situation, because these two people were just flat out wrong and weren't able to trace their steps and weren't able to be more careful. And really, what's done in the dark always comes to light anyway. So it was just inevitable that this stuff was going to start to trickle out at some point.
I think you'd be hard pressed to think that this is the last that is going to come out from this entire saga. In fact, I mean, with the way things have been trickling out over the last month, Cordell, if you don't mind, go through your photo album on your phone. You might have photos of Vrabel and Rossini together. I think we all do at this point. We just don't know it. Like, if you just go back and look,
if I did, I'd be a couple $100 richer, because I'd have sent that thing to TMZ already anonymous. So I'm taking whatever check they can give me for that right there. Sure. What is the going rate for Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini picture from 2013? Let me know, and I'll find a way to ship it over.
TMZ, page 6, you up? We've got,
right.
Why don't you write me out a check? It's HUFF, Austin Huff. If you could just make that out to me, that'd be great. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, he went on 98.5, the Sports Hub, on Friday and said, quote, "I would say at this point, it's definitely not in the Patriots' plans to move on from Mike Vrabel. I think if you look at the actions of Kraft Sports, I think it has been a month now since the photos came out. Almost everything has been done in an effort to protect his employment and to protect his team's image. If it's just continued drips and drabs, that kind of continue to fill in the blanks of what we already know, then I think the Patriots just ride it out." That's Albert Breer's take on the whole situation. But I will say that Kalshi, the predictability, the future that predicts the markets and the futures for the markets, they have downgraded Vrabel's future in New England, lowering his chances of being the Patriots coach for the season opener from 81% to 67% as of Thursday afternoon. And the 14% drop in the last 48 hours is the most significant decline since the market opened on April 23rd. which is the day that Page Six published the photos of them canoodling in a New York City bar in 2020. That was draft day. So it is interesting because now a lot of people are wondering, could this lead to Mike Vrabel being out in New England? I'll say this. I followed and really covered the Tennessee Titans during majority of the Vrabel era from around it was around 2020 to really since the Vrabel-Rossini relationship first started. From what we know, I was following the Titans in, day out, and it was the one thing I will say about Mike Vrabel. He is very hard-headed, very stubborn, very thick-skulled. It takes a lot to get him to waver on anything. Mike Vrabel is not voluntarily stepping down. Mm-hmm. He could go through even more hell and back, and I don't think he is stepping down. He is going to be the New England Patriots head coach on week 1 of the upcoming season, no matter what comes out. Diana Rossini, however, look, her bet has already been made, and she has lost her job. She will probably be hard pressed to find a job. Don't get me wrong. Both of them will probably get paid handsomely for some sort of Oprah sit down interview or something eventually down the road. But as it stands right now, Diana Rossini is in a much worse spot than Mike Vrabel, which is a shame. It's not fair and it's not right. But Mike Vrabel lives in a world where all he has to do is worry about winning games. And if he wins games, I mean, think of some of the people in football that we have written off their past sins as long as they just put W's up on the board. Mike Vrabel will just be another name added to that very long list. It's not right. I'm not condoning it, but that's the way it is. And Mike Vrabel is very stubborn, and he is not going to tail to whatever comes out about him, no matter how much he is dragged through the mud. Now, I do think Mike Vrabel could do himself service and just come out and take accountability for all of this. But, I mean, from his initial statement of anyone else alluding to this relationship being more than just 2 photos of a couple of professionals working together is, quote, laughable. It has not gone well since then. And, obviously he had the 2 pressers leading up to the draft only because he had to. And he, quote unquote, missed the 3rd day of the NFL draft for family counseling only because he had to. If he would just come out, hold a press conference, take accountability, own it, give us the details, then you don't have to, we won't be finding this out through slow leaks and it trickling out through Page Six and TMZ every couple of days. He could really take ownership of this situation, bury it now, which is the best time for it to be buried, to give you enough time leading into training camp and then the upcoming season. But he's not. And every step of the way, Diana Rossini and Mike Vrabel have mismanaged this situation, only making it worse and only making this gossip juicier. So Vrabel's kind of bringing a lot of this onto his own. The 14% drop in his job security, according to Kalshi, is only because of him. That could skyrocket back up to, skyrocket up to 100% chance of him being the Patriots head coach next season if he would just own it. But he has yet to do so. And I don't think he's going to do so because, like I mentioned earlier, his thick-headedness and his hard-head skull. It's for that reason that we're going to continue to get these slow leaks and these slow trickles out, and it's only going to get worse unless he takes ownership of it.
Yeah, look, I'm right there with you. I thought it was a great question that was asked to him at one of his more recent press conferences, where the reporter asked him, how did we go from this situation being laughable to you now having therapy during draft weekend? I thought that was a great question because it puts him right on the spot to how gradually serious this has become over time. And they tried to wash it away. And there's obviously more evidence than they realized was out there that's starting to come out. I totally agree. Vrabel's not going anywhere. at least not this season. He has a couple of benefits working in his favor right now. Number one, it would be essentially the Patriots punting on the 2026 season to move on from Vrabel right now in May, as we're post-draft, we're going into OTA season. It's too late to think that you're going to move on from Vrabel and then do what? Try to convince Mike Tomlin to come out of TV already? And I mean, what are your options? What are your real options? And we're talking about a team that's coming off a Super Bowl run, albeit a Mickey Mouse Super Bowl run, but a Super Bowl run nonetheless, and a large part due to Vrabel and his fingerprint being put on that team. Also, I think Gerard Mayo was so bad as a head coach that they are so scared out of their minds to see what another head coach would look like. That's not
yeah, right.
So
yeah.
I just think that the timing of everything somewhat conveniently works out for him. Now, if this had happened in February or December, on the back end of the season, and you have a whole off season to kind of figure out a plan, maybe. But I just don't see that being the case for him right now, and nor do I see him coming out and just laying all the cards on the table and failed, because it could get really dark and it could get really detailed. And again, he doesn't know how much evidence whoever it is that's leaking out all these pictures and videos has. So he's got to be careful if you're going to take that step and say, I'm going to have this tell-all press conference, you better tell it all. Because if some more evidence gets put out that goes against what you said, it's career suicide potentially at that point.
Yeah.
And he is in a spot to where he has more leeway than she does. It's not right. It's the lay of the land right now, but I do think he's going to be afforded the opportunity to coach this year. And if they have a down year, who knows going into next year?
Patriots quarterback Drake May came out and said that Vrabel is, quote, a great human being when commenting on the situation. And it's like, look, I'm going full Jonah Hill at the Oscars, Jeff, look,
Yeah.
Hey, Drake, let's cut that out. Let's mum is the word until all of this gets sorted out. Let's not call a man who has been ousted for cheating on his wife for over 6 years with a pregnant woman of another man a great human being, because as we've seen, that is Mike Vrabel has become anything but a great human being. In fact, we've seen more photos of Mike Vrabel and Diana Rossini than we have of Aaron Rodgers and his wife ever. We got to talk to Nick Farabaugh of who covers the Steelers for Penn Live, all about Aaron Rodgers. What's the future there in Pittsburgh? Coming up next right here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports.
BetMGM Game Day, your weekend sports authority. Westwood One Sports. Your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
We're efforting Nick Faribault, who covers the Steelers for Penn Live. We're going to try and talk to him about the latest with Aaron Rodgers. There were reports earlier this week that he was going to be in the building, and then there were reports saying that he won't be in the building, and it's kind of like Aaron Rodgers' wife. We just don't know if it's real or if we can believe what we are hearing, so hopefully we can track down Nick Faribault to get to the bottom of that. But I do want to tell you that this segment is sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. We've had Cordell Woodland joining us in for Alex Gold this week. Alex is out this week getting sinus surgery, so his nose is all mangled. Cordell, have you ever been under the knife in surgery at all?
Thankfully, no. Actually, let me take that back. I think I did have some sort of procedure when I was a kid, but it was so long ago that I can't really remember it. I do remember little bits and pieces of the aftermath, but other than that, thankfully, I haven't had to do anything like that, at least at a time where I can recognize that this is what I'm going through right now.
Yeah. I feel like just like nowadays in sports, like just going under the knife is just the most commonplace thing ever.
No.
Like literally just this week, Matthew Boyd had a meniscus tear while playing with his kids, and he had knee surgery to fix that, and he's going to be out at least probably 6 weeks, what it seems like. And I've never once gotten surgery. And look, knock on wood, I don't want surgery. I hope I never have to get surgery, but I just feel like it is so commonplace nowadays that people are constantly being put under just for, especially in sports, right? It's like you hear all the time where it's like, oh, this person underwent a successful surgery this morning, and you're like, what the heck? And now here my co-host is out, at least this week. He should be back next week, but with sinus surgery.
Crazy.
And I'm like, man, how have I dodged the surgery bullet, I guess?
Yeah, man, we've been blessed. That's for sure. But it is crazy, like when you work in the sports world and you're following these teams and everything. It surgery. Like my wife is a nurse, and look, I know nothing really about the medical field. I was horrible at science in general. But it's times where I'll be able to explain to her about certain injuries and certain recovery times. My mom-in-law had a knee. He's going through rehab, and I'm talking to her about what I know about the process, things I've never gone through myself, but I follow it so much, and I follow what's going on with these players, that surgeries and all these major injuries are such a norm for them. And I do think, at least for me, that's one thing that changed once I started covering these teams. I was able to kind of humanize them a little more and not look at them as just like a character in Madden. Oh, you're hurt. You just had surgery and you're out for 2 months. Oh, so in 2 months you should be back to 100% ready to go. That is not the way it works. And so I have more of a sympathy for people that have to go through all of those things, because it's tough, man.
If you stream the show on YouTube or Twitch, just search BetMGM tonight to find where we are at on there. Then you've seen the tremendous work of our video producer, Max Sheedy. And he's talking in the chat during this segment saying that he has had 5 spinal surgeries.
Crazy.
5 spinal surgeries. Like, what, dude? Like, I don't think Tiger Woods has undergone that many surgeries. Max, like, what are you doing, dude? With 5 spinal surgeries, absolutely insane. And apparently, our board op, Grant Leader, has also been under the knife as well. So I feel like I'm just being left out here, and it's kind of funny that modern medicine has made so many advancements over the last 100 years, right? Like, it's insane what we can do with medicine today. And yet it feels like we baby our athletes even more. Like, Cy Young has the Cy Young Award named after him for a reason, right? He has the most wins and most losses in baseball history all time because he pitched just about every single day. Now we've got guys going through, Tommy John surgery on the regular. Tyreek Skubal just went down for the year with elbow surgery. We were joking earlier about Jacob Mizorowski, how he fanned 11 Yankees in 6 innings pitched yesterday, and threw 10 pitches at over 103 miles per hour. And we were like, that's really cool, but that's only going to lead to the headline of Jacob Mizorowski is out with Tommy John surgery. It's just funny to me that it's like, with the advancements in medicines we've had, it's almost like we baby our athletes even more. Like the NBA, think of all of the load management that you've got these days. And yet, like back in the day, there was no load. Like, guys were playing literally every night, and medicine today is better. It's just, it doesn't make sense to me that, like, we have all these advancements in so many areas, and yet we coddle the athletes even more, it seems like. And am I wrong in saying that? Or, like, am I completely out of line?
I think it's it's weird. It's a bunch of different things. Like I think there's more awareness around injuries, rehab, injury prevention is a big thing that a lot of athletes are big into right now, hence load management in the NBA. And so look, I am anti load management in the NBA. I am very anti that. If you're healthy enough to play, everybody's playing through something. Like, you should be on the court unless you physically can't play. I don't like the idea of you sitting a star, especially the star players, when people are paying to come see these guys. And a lot of times you don't find out that they're not playing until a couple of hours before the games. These tickets are bought well in advance in a lot of cases. So I don't like that, sitting guys in hopes to save them from an injury that might happen. No, injuries happen too frequently to try to sit guys to prevent things that might happen. Let's actually let things play out. But in the case of baseball, and especially these pitchers, it's just like their arms are just falling off the bone right now because they're throwing so hard. Everything is about pitching your max, giving max effort on every single pitch, just like it's all about home runs and the strikeouts numbers are going up. People don't care if you strike out as much as long as your power numbers are there. For pitchers, it's how hard can you throw? And like we've seen these pitchers, you talked about Cy Young, we've seen pitchers go from being able to pitch into the 8th inning on the regular to now, man, they're maxed out in the 4th inning right now because the quality of pitches aren't there. The pitch counts are getting way too high, way too early because they're just throwing very hard without much control. But also they're trying to save these guys in hopes that they can have them for the entirety of the year. And look, I know Framber Valdez is under a lot of heat these days, but he's kind of one of the few throwback pitchers remaining that he may pitch a complete game on any given out, and he might do it. There aren't many pitchers like that anymore.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that like a lot of pitchers have come back stronger after getting Tommy John surgery, almost incentivizing you to do that. And look, hand raised, I'll admit, I may have opened up Pandora's box here because, as I mentioned, our video producer Max Sheedy's medical history and Grant Leader, they've been popping off in the chat like behind the scenes here. It is unreal the amount of medical trauma that our staff here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports has gone through. I would read some of these things from Grant Leader, but I don't want to hit on any break any HIPAA laws or anything like this. But I mean, Grant has been through. You'd think he was like Kenny from. Yeah, Grant, are you Kenny from South Park with all the amount of injuries that you've had?
No, absolutely not.
A torn ligament in my pinky finger. My brother busted me open for the staples and glue, and my goodness, and between Grant, Grant, I'm gonna get to just a second. Between his injuries, Max Sheedy, our video producer, going under the knife 6 times, and then. I can't leave out our executive producer, Zach Kroll, who does a fantastic job on this show every single week. He sliced his pinky open trying to cut a sandwich earlier this year. So I feel like we have just got the most medically induced show in sports talk radio. But Grant, how have you gone through so many injuries? How are you still alive today?
I mean, they're not like life-threatening, surgeries. My appendix, I got that removed, torn a ligament in my finger, been a couple of broken bones, broke both my arms, had 2 concussions, broken 2 bones in my toe. Let's see. And then also, I've had a couple of injuries where I got busted open, which requires stitches, glue, or staples. So, a couple stuff. And then the dentist, I had an extra tooth on my bottom set, so, I had to get that removed, so I've been under for that, so, yeah.
Goodness, dude. So, in case you're wondering, Grant later runs the board for the 5 hours that we are on the air on Westwood One Sports every Saturday, and just about every other hour in his week is left at the emergency room, I assume, right? you're just in a hospital constantly.
Maybe, but I haven't been there in quite a while, so knock on wood.
Let's
Well,
keep that
say
streak
hello to
going.
Cordell's. Yeah, Cordell's nurse of a wife will probably run into you at some point. So say hello to
Dude.
her when you see her, Grant.
My God, yeah, that's a laundry list of things, and I've had my share of like bumps and bruises as just being a boy and playing sports and stuff, but never
Right.
to that degree. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Maybe I wasn't playing hard enough or something. I don't know, but man, that just seems like a stressful situation.
Yeah. Harry and Marv breaking into Kevin McAllister's didn't go through as many injuries as Grant Leader has gone
Right.
through in his life. My goodness. All right. Today has been an absolute gift. Cordell, thank you so much for filling in for the aforementioned Alex Gold, who is out with sinus surgery. Again, someone else on this show who has gone under the knife this week. At Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. Guys, give a follow. I am Austin Huff at Austin Huff. Today has been an absolute gift, and we're going to put a bow on that gift coming up next. This is BetMGM Game Day right here on Westwood One Sports.
This is BetMGM Game Day nationwide on Westwood One Sports. your edge for the weekend slate. BetMGM Game Day continues on Westwood One Sports.
Today has been a 5-hour gift, and we are putting a bow on it right here. Cordell Woodland, my name's Austin Huff. We have been bringing you 5 hours of great, or at least mediocre sports talk radio here on Westwood One Sports. I want to remind you that when the games get bigger, the crowds get louder, and the excitement reaches a new level. Be part of the playoff action when you bet with boosted odds. Activate your Odds Boost token for any bet on the NBA playoffs, and you'll receive a bigger payout if your bet wins. Get ready for tip-off with BetMGM. Got a couple of great games tonight. 3 p.m. Actually here in or it's already, has it already tipped off? My goodness, I'm so locked in on this show. Pistons and Cavs locked in, already tipped off tonight. Thunder at Lakers, taking the game on the road to LA. The Thunder are 8.5 point favorites in that, with the over under sitting at 211.5 in that one. I mean, we were kind of talking about it during the break, but Cordell, literally the 8.5 points for the Thunder. I mean, you got to jump all over that, right? This is a Thunder team that has averaged beating the Lakers during the regular season by over 22 points on average. So, I mean, if you've got it to a single digits, like, you got to jump all over that, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, it's been tough to find any Thunder spread under 15.5 here recently. Yeah, I get the logic behind it. They're expecting the Lakers to give their best effort to this point in the series. They better. I mean, you're going back home. You're on the ropes. You're down 2-0. Most likely this will be a sweep anyway. But yeah, they expect the Lakers to come out throwing kind of empty in the tank a little bit tonight, just to try to extend this series. But 8.5, I mean, do you see how quickly the Thunder can jump on you? They're so efficient offensively, and defensively they can send you on a drought to where you go scoreless on 3 straight possessions. That could be the difference between it being, a 4-point lead or a 12-point lead at that point, messing with them. So yeah, I would imagine that they'll be able to cover that 8.5 pretty quickly. And it might be a backdoor cover. It might be a situation where they don't pull away until the fourth quarter. That's fine. But inevitably, I think they're going to go on one of their vintage Thunder runs that the Lakers just won't be able to stop.
Yeah, it's so funny. If you tell a Lakers fan that you've got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander picking up his 4th foul just 86 seconds into the third quarter, with the Lakers having a 5-point lead already, I think every Lakers fan in America would be like, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. And they did take that. That's what they had. And yet still OKC dominated. Their just bench is so deep. They went on a 22-4 run to take command of that game. And I mean, there was no looking back. It just, the Thunder are just so deep. It's just not, I don't see anyone beating them. Even like, look, I think it's a date set in destiny between the Spurs and the Thunder in the Western Conference Finals. But even if the Timberwolves, I got to give the Timberwolves credit, because they've been in the last 3 Western Conference Finals. They have essentially become the Western Conference Finals house band, the go-to the group that they call upon to fill one of the spots there. They haven't lost their last game against the Spurs was their first home loss in the playoffs thus far. So it very well could be them, but either one, Spurs or Timberwolves, I just think this Thunder team is just too deep for anyone to really put a stop into them before the NBA Finals. I just don't see a way that, I mean, I don't even see a way the Lakers can win a game in this series, let alone a team beat them before the finals.
Yeah, I mean, the Lakers are done. There's nothing the Lakers can do with or without Luka. They're done. I do think, and I mentioned the T-Wolves earlier. Like, I think the T-Wolves could give them a little bit of a fight, maybe a little more of a fight than a lot of people expected. But I just can't foresee a scenario where the T-Wolves win that series. It's a lot would have to go wrong for the Thunder and a lot would have to go right for Minnesota. Now with the Spurs, I could see a scenario where the Spurs escape the Thunder. I could see it. I don't think it's likely, but I could see it. And it's not just because of the success the Spurs had in the regular season. In fact, I think that's a big reason why the Thunder would win that series is because, they know what happened in the regular season. They want to get their licks back. And I think they would take that series very, very personal if they did get to see the Spurs. But I just think the Spurs are one of the few teams that have the depth, that have the top end talent to really keep up with the Thunder. We talked about Wemby and just how dynamic of a player he is and how much of a mismatch he is. Now they've got Chet over there. That would be an intriguing little matchup between him and Wemby in a 7-game series. But yeah, I can't help but sit here and say that I think that the Thunder are the best team in the league and they're going to come out of the West and they're going to win it all again. But I do give a slither of hope to a team like the Spurs because I do think they're that good and they are good enough to be able to actually beat the Thunder. I think they could do it. I just don't think it's likely.
The Cavaliers currently lead the Pistons 34-30 early in the second quarter. That game, of course, is taking place in Cleveland. And tonight, if the Lakers are going to get one against the Thunder, like both Cordell and I said, we don't imagine it happening, but they're really going to have to just protect the ball better. They've had 18 turnovers that fueled into 20 points for OKC in game 1, and then 21 that turned into 26 points for the Thunder in game 2. So, I mean, that's really been the story. And you have to just not allow the Thunder to go on those runs. In the last game alone, the Thunder went on an 11-0 run in the first quarter, 22-4 runner, as I meant, a 22-4 run, as I mentioned earlier, in the third quarter, and then a 14-3 run to end in the third quarter or in the fourth quarter. That really was the nail in the coffin for the Lakers. So turnovers and eliminating the Thunder to go on runs is really got to be the thing, because I think the Lakers have shown flashes in this series in both games 1 and 2 where it's like, oh, could the Lakers maybe steal a game from the Thunder? But then the Thunder just overpower it. So that's really kind of been the story of the series thus far.
Yeah, and you hit on it with the turnovers. It's not just the turnovers, it's the live ball turnovers. It's the turnovers where you allow them to get out in the open floor and really get to that pace that they want. If it's, the dead ball turnovers aren't the end of the world, but if you're going to turn the ball over and allow them to get those fast break, easy buckets, you're not going to stand any chance. And defensively, the Lakers have just been too inconsistent with that. But also, the Thunder just stress you out defensively because they spread the floor so well. And all of those guys can be a bucket. They can all get a bucket on you. It's not as easy as to just say, let's double Shea and get the ball out of his hands. So what? He could kick it to Wallace and Wallace will hit a 3, or he gets it to Chet and now Chet's making something happen off the dribble. They have so many different ways to beat you that if your personnel isn't there, you can't keep up. And I think a big reason why the Pacers were able to give the Thunder such a fight last year was because, I've said it before, you got to crawl before you walk in the NBA. And when you're a young team, you go through those ups and downs. And I think last year the Pacers got a Thunder team that didn't know how to win a championship yet. They learned that throughout that series. But also the Pacers have the depth, they have the length, they have the size, they have the athleticism, and they have the similar type of point guard, not as good as Shea, but a similar type of point guard in Halliburton, who can do some of those same things and can also explode for 40 points on any given night himself.
He is Cordell Woodland, at Cordell Woodland on Instagram and Twitter. Done a fantastic job filling in for Alex Gold for 5 hours of radio that we have brought to you here on BetMGM Game Day on Westwood One Sports. And look, 5 hours of sports talk radio isn't easy, we couldn't do it without the help of our tremendous team. If you've been streaming the show on YouTube or Twitch, just search BetMGM tonight. You could find the feed there. You've seen the amazing work of our video producer, Max Sheedy. Shout out to Max. Running the board is our guy, Grant Leader, who has gone through more medical emergencies than I think anyone on earth combined. And our executive producer, Zach Kroll, who always does a wonderful job of holding down the fort. Thank you, fellas, for the tremendous work tonight. Cordell, what do you got going on this weekend? What are you getting into? What games are you going to be locked in on?
Yeah, man, I'll be watching the games the rest of the day. I'm a big WWE guy. Today is Backlash, so I will be watching that this evening when I get home. But it's Mother's Day, so my wife, we have a 3-year-old, so we'll spend some time with her and my in-laws, my mom-in-law tomorrow, spending the day kind of giving the mothers their flowers, literally and figuratively. So yeah, really giving the rest of the weekend to them after tonight.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I got a 4-year-old birthday party that I've got to get to in a little bit. I've got 2 young girls. I'm not just going as some creepy guy in the corner. But hopefully I can get back in time for that Lakers Thunder game, because I do want to watch that and maybe catch the end of this Cavaliers Pistons game with the Cavs leading 34-31. Thank you to our fellows. Cordell, thank you, brother, man. You've been awesome today. We appreciate you filling in. That is going to do it for today's BetMGM Game Day here on Westwood One Sports. Catch us back here every Saturday at this time. Same place, same time. I love you.